Morning. Good morning. Welcome everybody to the symposium What Goes Around Comes Around. It's a second day. We are at the National Gallery of Art and we have a full program today. We're starting very soon with a conference Building with Time, and later in the evening we will have also opening of an exhibition and performance Invisible Labor. My name is Martynas Germanavičius. I'm curator and project lead at Architektūros fondas, and I will be also guiding you through this whole day. But before we start and get into the questions of how we can build with time and all the relevant aspects of circular design, I would like to invite Director Simona Didvalytė of Architektūros fondas to say a couple of welcome words. Welcome on stage, Simona.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, first of all, to the audience who came today and you are sharing your precious time with us. Also, a big thanks to all the speakers and participants and members and artists of the symposium. Architektūros fondas key team of the project and the curating team had a very strong vision about the conference itself. So special thanks to the speakers because you become part of it and you make the vision come true. As an institution, we work in an ecosystem and we are raising very important questions. We put them on the table, we discuss presence and we talk about the future. And every single project is very versatile and very important for us. They range from the spatial research to the dissemination of culture of architecture for the citizen. And here today we are with other very important project that talks about circularity. We hope it's a very long-term project, and thank you very much for the team organizing this. And for you and us, I would like to say that every single one of us is a very important part in the circularity itself, in the concept of the whole conference and of everyday life, because every single decision you make, every single day, even the tiny one, adds to the circularity that we are discussing today. So thank you very much for the main key team, Agle, Martynas, Paulus, for the supporting team, also for the volunteers that are helping us a lot. For you, I really wish a very nice and fruitful day and good network. And also I would like to take an opportunity to say special thanks for our patrons. We have recently launched our patron community. We will be building it. It's a very important step for us. So thank you very much, Wall, Process Office, Heima, Do Architects, and enjoy the conference day. Thank you.
Yes, Architektūros fondas is involved in many projects, and today we are having also a Circular Design Innovation Alliance partners with us, and the main coordinator, Leibniz University from Hannover, is also with us. So Professor Jörg Schröder, who is the visionary behind the project we've been working last 3 years, will welcome you with this speech. So Professor Jörg Schröder, welcome on stage.
Thank you, Martynas. Thank you, Simona. Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here, and for our project, Circular Design, it's a really important moment to have this conference. We achieved already many things, and I will give a short glimpse, what we are, what are the aims. And yeah, my name is Jörg Schröder. I'm from the Leibniz University, Hannover. And actually, it's not only me, it's a whole team, just to say. And we are here today, almost all. So it's great to be in Vilnius. The whole project, Circular Design Innovation Alliance, is funded by European Union. The innovation alliances have the idea to bring together universities, research organizations, cultural, social organizations, and enterprises to create new flows of knowledge and to create new forms of education. And we are in total 11 partners. I won't mention all, you can see them on our website. And this mix proved to be really a creative basin now for new achievements. And our main question was to address the gap between research, education, and socio-economic challenges. And with circular design, we think we target one of the really important questions of our time. And circularity and circular economy is not only about resources, but it's also about the energy, the CO2 emission between all processes, when we use materials and resources. But it's wider. It's also about the resilience of our cities and our communities to become more independent and also for communities to become really self-standing and get spirit of communities. So this reaches really a lot beyond directly, let's say, material technologies and involves society in a really interesting way. And we started in the project with defining challenges together with our partners. We assembled in the project 100 stakeholders from different sectors, different areas, and they helped us to define challenges for circular design regarding the built environment, regarding architecture, urbanism, product and service design, but also material technologies that we include in our consortium. The three main topics we have been working on all this time is about urban transformation. So we are asking, according to the role of materials for society, what can be the contribution of circular design for making our cities more sustainable, more resilient. It's about bio-innovation. So to go beyond established bio-based technologies, to include new inventions, to upscale, and it's really about seriously addressing circular economy for everything what has to do with the built environment and for a change of the construction industry. Just some quick images as impression about the range of our project. So one focus, this is an example from Brussels, Schröder, was about reuse and really reuse of whole buildings, of building elements before pulverizing the materials into little pieces. And there's a lot of research and education connected. How to organize these processes, how to train people to make materials fit for reuse, about how to assemble them. And well, for the other focus, bio-innovation, this has really to do also a lot with technologies, digital design, robotics, digital fabrication, but also the connected business models and the entrepreneurial skills and the chances that are really also in an economic sense behind all these inventions. Well, and on the urban scale, we have been for a conference in Tallinn last year and analyzed, for example, projects in Tallinn. Yesterday we saw projects here in Vilnius, really for the reuse of buildings as part to revitalize the cities, to be more sustainable in the cities. Or we addressed certain building stocks, for example, office buildings that are converted to housing, because we have high housing demand in Europe. Well, the conference today, Building with Time, is one of the two conferences this year. There will be a second one in Hannover. Actually, the date is wrong. It's end of May, but it's on our website, that we will host. That is a bit more about urban transformation. Well, we talked a lot about skills. Now, in terms of education, it's about giving really in academia the students the skills, develop them together with them, but also, I have to finish, but also in continuous education, which is really a major topic for people that are already in the profession and that want to get on board new ideas and new skills. And Architektūros fondas is really very active in this. For many universities, it's a new field. And this was a major topic in our project, how to extend into continuous education. On our website, you find a lot of materials, so I invite you to have a look. Different brochures and reports. Thanks again. And I wish everybody to enjoy a really interesting day.
Thanks. Thank you, Jörg Schröder. Yes, indeed, with the last 3 years in Architektūros fondas, together with my colleague Egle and Paulus, we've been organizing workshops for the students and professionals, as Jörg was mentioning. And in our conversations, really the question of not only the reuse or recycle was around, but we felt that circular design really invites us to rethink the value, labor, energy, and continuity across time. Therefore, we were thinking that looking at how temporality is becoming one of the key aspects in the architectural and design fields was very necessary and relevant for today. And looking at also various examples across Europe, we noticed that there are emerging thinking across the continent, both on the theory but also on the very hands-on and practical approach. Therefore, we in this conference, we want to reflect how architecture as a temporal practice negotiates inherited conditions, present urgencies, and futures that extend beyond our immediate control. We therefore in this conference ask what it means to build with time today. Are we building for ourselves or for the others, including generations to come? How do we make decisions in the face of uncertainty when designing can feel a bit like looking into a crystal ball, trying to anticipate futures we cannot yet fully know? Throughout the day, we're gonna be looking at these questions in a different scales. So we're gonna look at more cultural shifts or even political shifts happening regarding the Baukultur. Then we're gonna have a session dedicated more for the municipal scale or systemic changes scale with a long-term planning and how the transformation is changing our systems there. After the lunch break, we will come back with architectural practitioners, and we will delve deeper into questions of how time becomes a matter and how matter also has a lot of inherited time. And we will finish with another closing keynote, helping us also to capture this moment. So I really wish you an inspiring day today to stay with us for the whole program. And right now, I would like to invite Paola Viganò for a keynote presentation. Paola is an architect and urbanist. She's a full professor in urban theory and urban design at the EPFL, Lausanne, Switzerland, where Paola directs the Habitat Research Center and the Laboratory of Urbanism. She is also professor at University of Venice. She also published numerous books, including The Biopolitical Garden, Space Life Transition, as her latest one. Together with Bernardo Secchi, she founded Studio and later Studio Paola Viganò, working on numerous projects and visions in Europe, including the Great Paris Vision and the Antwerp Structural Plan. Today, Paola will share with us her critical insights into the emerging culture of a social and ecological transitioning that brings a fundamental shift for construction practices in relation to time and temporalities at all scales. So I would like to welcome Paola. Good morning,
Hello.
Paola.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we see and hear you quite well.
Good.
I would like
Thank
to...
you very much.
Yes, I would like to give a stage to you, so we are looking forward to your keynote presentation.
Really, I'm very pleased to be with you, although I'm at distance. Unfortunately, there was a small problem, and I had to renounce to be there physically, which is a pity because I think there will be a very rich atmosphere of exchange, and I'm very sorry for that. So, to speak about time and the presence of time in architecture, in urbanism, in the city is a kind of tautology. So let me try to go through it, and I will start with the title, that is Baukultur, the emerging culture of social and ecological transition. Because since a couple of years, I am the president of a steering committee of a national research on Baukultur in Switzerland. So now in this moment there are 13 groups that are working on different aspects related to Baukultur. But the main hypothesis we brought together with the steering committee was to investigate the tension that is created today between the culture of the built environment as it is developed in the different contexts, in the different situations, and the social and ecological transition, because this passage is not evident, and there are many tensions that can be also really conflictual between the way in which we were intending in the past, the culture of the built environment, and what might become in the future the same culture. So in order to go through this, I will simply use some of my experiences to clarify some of those tensions and of those also potential, because of course it's also an extremely rich field. So I would start from the fact that this transition implies several shifts, and in my work, I think that the problem of constructing an original and pertinent knowledge through design is absolutely fundamental. I think that when we design, we read especially a lot, we deconstruct, we recombinate, and on this then we project some of our intention. And this is a way to go through the multiple possibles. And I want to refer to a very old experience we did together with Bernardo Secchi, it's really 30 years ago, in the city of Prato, an exercise of description of the city, of what was already there, extreme, because we spent as much time to describe the city as the time to make the project for this city, the plan for this city. This is a very slow, long exercise in which you don't only look at the built fabric, but you also question, discuss with people. You understand what is disappearing, what is still there, what is working, what is closed, where there is life, where it is totally abandoned. You understand what type of economy is developing inside the city. In this case, a very strange city, a sort of residential and industrial city in the same space. So a high degree of mixed use, an incredible tissue, an incredible society made of the possibility to change status, economic status in one generation, going from being a worker, a dependent worker, to becoming an entrepreneur. Strange relation also with technology, with very, very old machine and very updated techniques to recycle fabrics. And we arrived to imagine that this support the existing city industry was an incredible basis on which to imagine small transformations, adaptation that were reusing part of this city. And we introduced the idea of hypothetic norms. Instead of imagining that when you plan, when you design, you say only one trajectory. No, you open hypotheses. If there will be certain conditions, then you can imagine to rework the corner of this block. If the industry, for example, decide to remain, okay, then you will have to find other conditions around the context. So the idea was not to determine one unique path, but to open to different hypotheses, all of them based on the idea that the potential of what was there was very high in terms of space, in terms of very flexible buildings, in terms of a lot of different activities that could be imagined there, and also new lifestyles that could be very easily hosted inside those spaces. Maybe it's unuseful to say that it was a little bit too early at the moment. In fact, this plan was not really used. It was very much celebrated, but it was not a practical tool for the transformation of the city. By doing this, you start from the objects, the houses, the street, the sidewalk, and then you arrive to understand also in a more systemic way the potential of the existing hydrological network, the potential of the existing agriculture, the systemic structure of the city. Some years after, let's say more than 10 years after, we worked on the Great Paris. And we proposed to investigate the city through the lens of porosity. Porosity is about flows, and it is about what can go through the city, what can change from the inside the city. And the city, Greater Paris is not the magnificent center of Paris, but it's something like this. You have a lot of pavillionaires, a lot of small single-family houses, you have the social housing. All this, for us, was the occasion for a radical project based on the idea that, in fact, we can just start from that. So 100% reuse, adapt, and recycle. So again, I think the time was not exactly the good one. However, I think that those ideas, they go through time. So when we speak about time, we should also speak of the time of ideas. The time ideas need to become shared or eventually to be completely reframed and criticized. But I see along the time that this idea of working through time, considering our position today as simply part of different plots that have been partially traced, is an idea, is a critique not to the strong modernity, let's say the heroic modernity of the past, that needed many years to become something maybe today shared. But even today is not so shared. It's just, let's say, an intention, however. So in the case of Great Paris, the enormous amount of monofunctional areas was, say, our main target, in the idea that we cannot today, in a period of a shortage of resources, to imagine that a square meter can only work in one way. So the idea was to start reframing the activity areas, becoming part of the city. And again, also we brought this idea of a porous city also to the territorial scale of a porosity, of a connectivity, of a continuity of space that is not only related to the ecological thinking, so the biological, ecological continuity, but it's also related to the urban continuity. An urban continuity that is not at the scale of a small concentrated city, but is at the scale of our extended metropolitan conditions. Some years after, in working on the Veneto region, so on the diffuse city of the Veneto, I think I tried to, I had the feeling that there was a little bit kind of theoretical void, and that I needed to construct some provisional hypothesis in order to work. And the way to express this prolongation of life of the city that is still there and that is really there as a support, as a basis of our contemporary intentions, became this idea of the city as a renewable resource. So not just as a resource, but as a resource that can be reused. And the way to express this was through these three main themes, reflecting on life cycles, on the embodied energy, and on inclusion. Now, the embodied energy, of course, if you are dealing with circular design, it's not the case to stay. But maybe just a small quotation from an economist, Boulding in 1949, when he was putting again the attention not just on the flows, but on the stock, saying that it's the stock that contributes to our well-being. And of course, the embodied energy and the energy crisis, they have to match, and urban stratification and recycling or reuse. The life cycles, I think, is a very important lens to look at cities and territories. Territories that are marginalized, territories that get lost, territories that are full of empty buildings, of empty areas, because a certain life cycle has been closed. And I mean, Europe is full of that, and not only Europe. We need, when we think about time, about rhythms of opening, closing, rethinking, and metamorphosis, because we transform, no? And close a cycle, we need to reopen with maybe something new. All this is really a question of rhythms and metamorphosis. And when we speak of reuse and recycle, we need to open up also new life cycles, which means also to discuss development trajectories, to discuss new economies. So it enlarges a lot also the necessity for designers to have a dialogue with economists, with sociologists, anthropologists, etc. And inclusion, because in fact, when you open or when you close life cycles, there is always someone that remains out, or someone that is included and others that are excluded. The moment of closing and reopening life cycles is always dramatic in terms of social transformations, which mean that all our projects going through time and dealing with the life cycles, they must be intended as means of redistribution of resources, of a social mix, of the same condition at the different in the different parts. So let me go through quickly these three themes. The embodied energy for me is mainly a question of reading. I'm not under-evaluating the technical aspects, but in my work, I'm mainly interested to understand how can we regain the capacity of reading material conditions. Many years ago, when we were working in Antwerp, we did this deep reading of a part of the 19th century belt that was under transformation. It was a kind of declined part of the city. And it was absolutely fascinating to discover how singular individual practices were able to rethink, use in a different way, open new life cycles inside tissues that were in the past industrial and residential tissues, so mixed use tissues. And were able to design inside those small Gothic plots the house of their dreams, the space where to live in a fantastic way, being at the same time in the city, close to the city, close to all the services, etc., but also having a space, a very special space, not standardized, not say similar to any other space, but really individual. We reflected on the capacity of the different types of tissues in Antwerp to be modified in the time. The different typologies, they have different possibilities to be reinterpreted, to be deformed, to be made different. And then coming back to the Veneto region, to the diffuse city of the Veneto region, we worked on a research for the French ministry comparing the Veneto region and the Paris, the Great Paris area, in a way opposing two models, the very diffuse city that is considered to be absolutely unsustainable, and the very concentrated city, Paris. In fact, the story is much less black and white, it's much more nuanced. The potential and the limits of the two types of cities can be studied, say, more in detail. In any case, it's not one good model against the very bad model. They have different characters. You have to deal with energy, you have to deal with the recycling in different ways, but they can be, say, both, and can be the object of a project of regeneration. Here you see a piece of this diffuse city with the very small houses, the industries, the agriculture, etc. In that period, at the end of 2010, around 2008, there was a big industrial crisis, economic crisis, as you know, and the diffuse city suffered a lot. So we started to understand that there was not the total abandon, but there was a lot of underused space. The underused spaces were buildings, were platforms, were parking areas, were also green and cultivated areas that were almost abandoned. So in fact, you start to read the territory as a kind of, going through in a conclusion of a cycle, of an economic cycle that in fact didn't really recover since then. And very recently, a movie that has had quite a big success in Italy, the title is The Cities of the Plain, is showing this kind of decline, the diffuse city, that was a kind of a heroic economic moment for Italy, but that today is really suffering, say, the global competition, the different geopolitical context, and the diffuse city is full of empty spaces and underused spaces. Here you see the different ways in which we were comparing Paris and the diffuse city about the energy consumptions. The embodied energy was quite interesting. Of course, these analyses are not, say, technically perfect, are still quite qualitative, although we were working with energy experts. But it is interesting to see that the diffuse city is, in fact, an immense amount of embodied energy, not just for the built part, but also for all the effort that has been made in the past to organize a certain water management, etc. And also the potential, in terms of potential, of course, the two big areas, the Paris metropolitan region and the Veneto region, they have different types of potential to produce renewable energy and so on. I think it was interesting, without getting to a kind of final conclusion, that the two type of spaces, two models, let's say, of extended city, they react differently to the same interrogation about the transformation, about the time passing, the ecological and energetic transition, and they have different potentials. So I think that's very important, that is not something that is completely wrong and something that is completely right, but there are adapted strategies that can be used in the different cases. And even more recently, so just a few years ago, with my colleague from the EPFL of Geneva, reflecting on Great Geneva, vision for Great Geneva, Corentin Fivet realized this very beautiful map on the carbon footprint in Geneva, in Great Geneva, let's say, in the canton of Geneva, which is very interesting because it shows that the main, let's say, the strong potential in terms of embodied energy is clearly in the periphery, more than in the center, because of the enormous amount of concrete that is in the periphery is really this basic structure on which we can rethink the city of the future. And one also important discussion we had in this context was, what if Yagnysheva shifts to a circular economy, but especially the idea of working on longer life cycles of artifacts. So we can imagine to work on time also by simply building ourselves, building our objects, building our space for longer life cycles instead than for kind of a programmed obsolescence. This is a very big transformation, but is also part of the way in which we can rethink time. So the gaze, the reading of the existing material conditions. For me, this is also very close to the metaphor of the palimpsest used by André Corbeau. And this is also a way to reflect on long-term and the longue durée, being the longue durée, this repetitive type of actions that continue to maintain a certain functioning of a city, of a territory, of a building. And the idea of lasting, where in fact the city we have today, we look at it as a kind of monument, that it is an unintentional monument, as Riegel was already discussing at the beginning of the 20th century. In the 70s, 1970s, a group of professors of the School of Venice was working on the idea, starting from Muratori, etc., the typomorphology analysis, was working on reconstituting the ground floor of all the cities, an exercise that is incredible, and that together with Bernardo we did a couple of times. It's very time-consuming exercise, but you have the possibility to read the wall structures of all the city and to reflect on their degree of not only of permanence but also of transformation inside, let's say, an understanding of their logic, of their rationality, that is the static rationality. But this attitude that is really going to also drawings, type of representations, I think that today is absolutely at the center of our work. Here is a project on which we are working in this moment. It's a park on an old railway yard, full of materials. In this park, we have the group of colleagues, the group 2 stand, that is a group working a lot with the citizens in activating areas before they are ready, let's say, with their projects. So together also with them, we are reflecting on what is there. And the possibility to reuse everything that is there, included also the big surfaces in concrete we still have. Some of them are in good shape. Some of them are completely fractured. Some of them are decomposed. And then the way in which we redraw things is also the indicator of a different type of thinking, of thought, which then has as consequences decision on the type of project, on the cost, and let's say the priorities you can imagine. You have to understand also what is really to be conserved as it is, because you give a certain value, so it's kind of heritage, what can be transformed, and what eventually is given back to, for example, permeable soils or green areas. So this heritage of the ground, I think, is a major question for the project today, the heritage of the modern ground, for example, the heritage of the modern city in the terms of the surfaces that have transformed the city. And it's an incredible occasion of design, because you arrive very rapidly to have a specific taste, for what you see, and a specific aesthetic about that. This is another case on which we are working in this moment. Unfortunately, there was a demolition of a building when the city of Tournai decided to make a new bus station close to the railway station. And we insisted to at least maintain reuse the materials, because as you see, they are beautiful bricks. This work is extremely time-consuming, which means that this work has a cost. And this cost has to be accepted because you give a value to this. Otherwise, I mean, there are no economic reasons to do, or no economic conditions to make it. This is where the material conditions become particularly important, because they really cross also economic aspects. And there is really a problem of priorities and value. And the idea is to reuse those bricks to make a wall that is dividing, and it is needed to divide where the trains are passing from the bus station. And together with an artist, we are going to reuse also the blue stone that was used to make a curbstone for the benches, and of course also for the wall, and reinterpreting, let's say, the dignity of the previous wall with an effort that is not just, let's say, the functional effort of making a wall, but a place that can be recognized. You see that I'm shifting from the epistemological level to an ontological level, a problem of values, a problem of really dealing with the nature of things, and also on the fact that we are reflecting on these themes because there is an urgency related to this transition that is also an ecological transition, where we start to perceive finally in a more say in a deeper way, and for sure also in a more shared way, the limits of our planet. So this is really dealing also with the life issues, which in my opinion means very simply that the biopolitical dimension of space is back to the discussion, to the surface. And we should maybe also discuss the ecological transition as a moment in which a biopolitical project is rediscussed or has to be rediscussed, because otherwise we will have this new adaptation of the old modern biopolitical project without any discussion about that. In my opinion, what is very important is as an ontological shift is from the idea of the territory as a resource to exploit, as a support you rely on, or an object on which we can project, or simply as a service provider. When we speak of ecosystem service, we are saying that is a service provider, to the idea of a territory subject. So where the territory has its own right. I mean, the territory is the sum of different entities, individuals, subjects, etc., that have their own rights, their own logics, their own rationalities that we have to cope with. And dealing with these different subjects, of course, makes the designing not more difficult, I think, because it becomes also much more interesting. But for sure, you need to put attention, let's say, on this aspect. So having said that, I will go quickly, because I see the time is running, through a series of experiences in one context, that is the Walloon context in Belgium, that I would describe as the interior peripheries of the horizontal metropolis, of a metropolis that try to distribute. Horizontal, not because it's made of small houses, horizontal because the territory has been, let's say, after the Second World War, also an enormous driver of redistribution of resources and better conditions of life. But today we have a little bit forgotten, so the horizontal metropolis is much less horizontal than it was in the past. And some territories remain on the side. So the Walloon region is, as you know, this black furrow of Europe was related to the presence of the coal, a long decline in terms of economic development, and projects that start to modify this situation. Many things are changing. still there is still a lot to do. There are still thousands of hectares that are polluted, that are not used, related to the previous life cycle. In this case, you can really work on the entanglement between the urban socioeconomic question and the ecological question. They are absolutely one thing. The second, I think that we can also learn from these territories because they are marginal and weak, and you can understand even better certain dynamics. Also because you are far from the pressure of attractivity. The pressure of attractivity is a pressure that sometimes makes difficult to think about what you are doing. This is true in many cities that are very attractive in this moment in the world and in Europe. When you are far from the attractivity, you can better maybe understand the potential that a territory can express. Of course, this idea of black of Europe, the pays noir, needs a new vision, and this new vision can be related to the very high quality of the landscapes of this territory, but also the incredible human resources that are in these territories that are related to all the immigration waves. So we work in many different situations, from urban projects, rethinking important industrial areas, as this is the case in close to Liège, where you find in an industrial area a piece of agriculture, a piece of industry, some beautiful buildings that can be rethought. Of course, economies are the difficult part of it. That's why we are always working in these cases with economists, urban and territorial regional economists, in order to try to inject also hypotheses related to possible alliances, university and industry, mix, etc. But also, hypothesis that needs to be supported by the civic society, which is the case here in Herstal, that is close to Liège, where, for example, this garden, it's not a garden, it's really a park, on which the old areas, the old buildings will be recycled and reopened, has been considered a kind of test ground for social and ecological activities, related also to the type of production that will be developed also through the support of the University of Liège. So you put together many different things: institutions, citizens, private entrepreneurs. So I think that we really need to enlarge as much as possible the type of actors that might be put together. Otherwise, we will not be able to change those situations. I see that is a little bit blocked, the image. Let's hope that, okay. In another, always inside this forum, here we are in Sambreville, so a beautiful, magnificent river with a lot of green areas still present, some of them still imagined as industrial areas, but there is absolutely no need to transform those cultivated areas in industries. So the first point would be really abandon certain hypotheses, and then you have big industrial areas that can be the occasion not only to develop a new, let's say, economic dynamics, but also to reconnect what has been completely disconnected, what has been violated, what has been negated in the past. So to reconstruct ecological continuities, to reconnect forests to the water, and also to valorize this system of dispersed villages that they are the root of the actual diffuse city, the actual dispersion of these areas. So to come back to understand the way in which this territory has been constructed during time, because that's very important. It's not a modern invention, this dispersion of villages. And then you have a big abandoned surface. surfaces that are too big, let's say, for the economy, the actual economies of this area. And we will need years, probably, maybe a century to depollute, to go back. And we have to maybe remember that all this finally lasted less than 1 century. The Industrial Revolution was not so long. And the consequences of that revolution will be quite hard not to erase or to overcome in the future. This should be also a lesson for the future. Not for a very short moment of wealth, we are sacrificing now probably a couple of centuries in remediating what we did. So there are not easy solutions, because clearly here we have areas, several areas of 50, 70 hectares each. It's not easy to find programs for that. You can start with incremental operations, start with small depollutions. It is a difficult economic balance that you can find, but you can also try to do with not so big investment immediately and just reopen, just reappropriate of these very beautiful areas. In some cases, you meet also more dramatic problems, not just a decline coming from the conclusion of the life cycle, but also clearly a kind of catastrophic condition, as it has been the case always in Wallonia, with the Vesdre Valley, that is a valley between Belgium, Germany, and Holland. Here you see the human chain that was organized at the anniversary of the big floods that had enormous consequences on the valley. And here I think there is something new, or not new, something important that can be added to this conversation. That is the fact that we need solidarity in this process of rethinking the existing, in the process of a transition that is that will have consequences, that is bringing new risks, or at least more extreme conditions of risk. We cannot imagine to get out of this without a shared responsibility of what is happening. And this is very clear in the case of the Vesdre, as in all cases of this type of catastrophes, because the responsibilities, the upstream responsibilities on the downstream problem are very clear. And I think this upstream downstream is can be used also for many other risks, for many other catastrophes we have. Responsibilities are not always and almost never where the problem is. Responsibilities are somewhere else. And working on water issues and risks is a very good way to understand that the solidarity is something concerning the solid aspect, the matters, the things that are solidly on the ground and the ground itself. So to be able to look towards what is coming to us, this new level of risk, at least the way in which we perceive it is much higher than it is in the past, and it is also much more present than in the past, is also through the idea that we have to share the responsibilities of such a risk. Here we can say that the discussion about the risks is a specific part of dealing with time. For example, you have to say that in the next decades before 2050, two or at least two similar episodes to those that were in 2021 will probably will be there. These are the climatologists speaking of this, and then there will be the drought, and the drought will have other consequences like fires, etc. So you have to deal also with this kind of rhythmical type of catastrophes, and the resilience of which we are speaking here becomes extremely solid, extremely concrete. How can this territory participate, all the territory has to participate to reduce the level of risk in the transformation of, for example, the agriculture, the transformation of the forests that are not natural forests, but they were planted, the organized system of draining the water, and now you have this water simply the runoff so fast from the upper part to the lower part of the valley. So you need to reintroduce the wet areas, to reintroduce the peat areas, etc. The spatial injustice, all the poor part of the population is clearly along the floodable areas. So that's also a problem that needs to open a different type of relation with the populations, with the people that are working and living there, but also all the others that are working and living upstream. And this has to be a mechanism of solidarity, so a dialogue for solidarity. We reflected a lot on scenarios. I have not the time now to go through, but I just want to say that one of the scenarios was to put the river as a subject, so the river with its own, let's say, rights and also logic at the center of the conversation, not just as something on which decisions are taken. And this was a very important moment of the discussion because it opened some conflict, but at the same time, it obliged to consider that we have to take into account the behavior of this mass of water arriving in the valley. So with enormous work, interdisciplinary work with engineers, sociologists, climatologists, etc., we arrived to a series of, say, guidelines, strategies for this valley, not to empty the valley. The idea was not to say, okay, because there is this important risk, we should really abandon the valley, but we have to find a different way to coexist with this river that is strong, that can be quite, let's say, dangerous. The beautiful buildings belonging to the old industrial period, they can be maintained, they can be adapted to the presence of the river, but also upstream, the big industrial platforms, they need to be adapted. And when you start with an adaptation in terms of permeability of the ground, etc., or collecting water, but you can also think to other aspects. You can also use the occasion to requalify the activity areas, the industrial areas, to introduce mixed use that are, for example, in relation to a new public transport. You can, in fact, bring them into the idea of an urban part of the city. And then also in terms of governance, you have to maybe work on a kind of intermediate scale where you can bring communities that are oriented to a common project, that can work, let's say, at the same time on social infrastructure and ecological infrastructure. All this is not easy. Again, at the end, we arrived with a big map that is a kind of road towards a resilient valley. But we also understand and recognize that the actual conditions are not good for that. Institutions are not ready for this type of project. So we started to discuss this in public arena. And we will continue to work also adding, let's say, workshops, moment of public debate, because in fact, we are not ready to do this transition and to change the way in which we build the city and we build the territory. And we have to acknowledge this insufficiency. We are not ready, in terms of a society that is ready. Although many of the associations, of the groups, of the inhabitants of the valley were absolutely ready to do it. But there is a slowness of the rest, the political world, the institutions, etc. And this is really a cultural shift that we need if we want to think the city, the territory, through time. Through time means also to prepare for the next catastrophe. Also, this is to think about time, to adapt slowly or rapidly. I mean, every different context has different timing, different rhythms. But the point is that we have to discuss this. We have to be able to renew also the way in which we work together. And to conclude, because I think I have to conclude. The third theme of the inclusion is really, I think, fundamental when we speak of regeneration. We speak of a lot today of regeneration, but we know that there is a big part of the projects that are made in terms of regeneration that become moments of exclusion. That after the regeneration, that part of city, the neighborhood, or the buildings, they are not anymore for those that were living there. And I think that each intervention, and I'm mainly working on public spaces, needs not to be imagined to reduce this strong polarization and marginalization that is occurring today. So this is a very small project that we made together with WWW in Brussels, that has recently received the Brussels Architectural Prize for Public Space. And it is a small square. It's a small garden square in Brussels that is close to a very important public space that is the Parvis of Saint-Gilles, very attractive, where you have a lot of cafe, a lot of people, markets, etc. So our idea was on one side to have a continuity of green spaces, so depaving the existing square, but also to make this space in continuity with the important public space that we have on the side, and then maybe in the future also in the hypothesis of continuing and to really to have a quite important structural public space that could be also used for bigger markets, etc. So the two themes, on one side following the slope, a kind of degradation of parks, and then the more urban idea of continuation of the Parvis. And this was related to a layer that we found that was already a project that had been realized in the 70s on top of where you fabricate the money, where you make money. That was a polluted area that was covered by these pavings, and we decided to reuse, of course, the existing materials that were there, but at the same time to demineralize and to organize this graduation of green from the lower part to the upper part. So again, you have to really study, count how many pieces of stone you can still use. Not all of them were good to be reused. And then you arrive to this new configuration that is kind of merging the two ideas of a green arriving to the lower part, and also the city climbing a little bit the square and merging with the green. Several important themes were first of all using this slope to collect the water. So it's also working as a device for the runoff arriving from the upper part. To maintain the trees and planting new trees imagined for the long term. So really think about time, some trees that can live for centuries. And working a lot with the group of citizens that were following the project in trying really to use this not very big open space, but nevertheless quite rich in terms of the small conditions and the small occasions, with the presence of some pieces, fragments of previous buildings, in order to host different practices for different types of people, from the people that are simply living around to those that are using the most attractive market area of the just side, and really to have a kind of metropolitan, but also very local, very community-based type of project. And here we see, starting from the lower part, going towards the demineralization, and equipping in a way that everybody can stay there. You don't need to consume, you don't need, you just stay there and you can do different kind of things. And then you get to the very green moment. And then at the upper part, we have reused and restructured a small sport area that was there, with these new elements that are helping, let's say, to have, for example, a differentiated type of sport activities, less gendered than they were in the past, and the same, more open to other type of population. This is an inclusive space, in the sense that you can have also people, homeless people, that sleep here. And it's a small roof, so in case it can be also helpful for that. And the point is that by doing open spaces that can welcome people, you will welcome also this type of people. And maybe we should not consider this problematic. Of course, it is problematic that there are people that have not a house. This is absolutely problematic, but not the presence of these people in the public space. So I think that there are questions to be reflected when we speak of inclusion. It means that we are also, let's say, open to include. And our spaces, if we don't want to say that all our projects of regeneration are simply a way to make exclusion, to construct new conditions of exclusions, we have to admit that we have to design welcoming spaces. Welcoming means welcoming everyone, not making immediately a selection. I think this is a very strong point, strong in the sense of, strong to absorb, and that it can be also very controversial, but it is, I think, also one thing. I don't have the time to go through this, so I will simply, skip this. That is a project that is running since 20 years. And I see that I'm back to the beginning, but that was not the intention. I wanted to go to the end, in fact. And maybe I just, it is just a project of regeneration that invested in old military area in Rennes, in France, that is still running, and we are still following. So maybe also this is a point about time, in the sense that we need also projects that go through time, and designers that go through times, that can participate to the transformation of an area for which they have imagined a project. Because in doing this, you can learn from what you have done, and you can follow, you can read the new dynamics, you can adapt, and in a way, you discover that the regeneration is really the reintroduction of life conditions in areas that were completely without. This project has received a few prizes. And then to conclude, so first, I think that this reading, on which I insisted at the beginning, this gaze that is so attentive, is related to the complexity of the palimpsest, of this accumulation on which we work. And it changes radically the type of project we do, in the sense that we are a little bit close to what Gérard Genette was, that was a literary critic, was writing about Proust. He wrote about Proust, the writer, the French writer, as palimpsest, because Proust was using in his masterpiece, the Recherche, pieces of common discourses, common words, I don't know, publicity, the press, the very ordinary type of words, mixing in a very sophisticated way with his own expression. And this is, Genette speak of literature in the second degree. And I am absolutely convinced that this literature in the second degree is extremely creative and is extremely rich and interesting. So the idea of doing with what is already there and of researching and of finding new interpretations and better using what is there, I think is really going in a direction of a new expression also for architecture and urban design and landscape design, etc. And the second point is that cities and territories today are, I think, more than ever, really laboratories, where we can reflect on this new proximity between space, life, and politics to reorient our positions, our research, our choices, and our priority in the terms that are really biopolitical terms of coexistence, emancipation, and spatial justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paola. It was very enlightening presentation, many points, very, very rich. And I really value your point of bringing this biopolitical aspect and giving a subjectivity to territories. I think it's like, I also feel like it is maybe a privilege if designers have time to work in a long term with the territories, but also these commitments to the territories that turn almost the practice towards the stewardship of taking care of the territory. If there are one question, we can take it. Otherwise, we are a bit of behind the schedule. If not, then I would like to use an opportunity and ask you, like getting back to this biopolitical aspect, it really resonates with me, and knowing that there are, for example, countries like in Ecuador where rivers have their rights that are inscribed in the constitution. You are also presented to us a very rich landscape of European different cities you were working. Could you speculate a bit, how would you imagine the European, what new European political imagination we need to maybe also take into consideration the subjectivity of the territories, rivers, and aspects?
Yeah, I think that this is really demanding a big effort of imagination, because as Amitav Ghosh is saying, and I'm quoting him very frequently in this period, we don't have this imagination. We are not ready. We are not, let's say, our imagination has been constructed, trained, educated to look towards a future as a kind of empty colonizing space to be colonized. That's really enrooted in our imagination. We are not so well prepared to look at things with their own agency, with their own presence, with their own rationality, with their own logic. No? So I think that the passage from the idea of a future as an empty, big space to be colonized, and the idea of moving inside with other logics is enormous, and it is really ontological. That's why I think that this transition It's not just a transformation of the gaze, it's a transformation of an ethic position. So cannot be directed from the top. It has to become really a cultural transformation, it has to be shared. And there is no other way, I think, to get there, to this imagination, because before starting to imagine, we have to realize that we have some limits in our imagination. So that we have, first of all, we have to open our imagination. And for sure, some of the thinkers coming from, for example, Latin America, are absolutely fundamental, I think, today to open our imagination. So first of all, we have to deconstruct the limits we have. We have to go from the paradigm of the future as an empty spot to be colonized to the idea of future as a quite already, let's say, inhabited space in which there are so many logics that are contributing and that are designing, because I often speak of water designs in the sense that water designs. Well, water has the capacity to design, has designed our territories where we live. For a very short time, we imagined that water could not decide, but in fact, water is deciding, as well as the fertility of the soils, as well as I don't know, other ecological dynamics. So we simply have to find our place in a different context, accepting other logics, and open then our imagination. Not just open our imagination. First, we need to work a little bit on this ethical passage, let's say.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very valuable insights. We're taking them with us for this remaining day, and we hope also to continue conversation with you in the future.
It will be really, really nice, and I would really like maybe also in connection with the Baukultur research. So please just let's keep in contact. And I want also to greet some friends. I think there are some friends also in the public. So see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Warm applause to Paola. Okay, so we have 8 minutes for a short coffee break, because we would like to keep on time with the first panel session afterwards. So see you in a bit.
Welcome back after the break. I'm taking the floor from Martinez, this time as a moderator of the second session. And I invite you to dig deeper into systems. If I may take some takeaways from the lecture before, is that how difficult it can be to leave the space for listening, for rhythms, and actually the quality is in the spaces in between, not the object or material itself. And I invite you to think of your home if you come back in 30 years, for example. How do you imagine the space that you enter? Is it still there standing? Does the society want your home to still stand in 30 years? Any other building that you are working in or doing other activities? Yeah, so, what do you feel about that? When we talk about renovation or sorting things out, it's very, very current and very moment. This is the moment that we do that. But the distance of 30 years to the future brings us back to think more about the time, relationship, responsibilities, and that is very systemic. It reminds me that many of us started the studies at university, for example, and dive deep into the system thinking. While graduating, started thinking of the systems of systems. And when we enter the job, we start thinking of systems of systems of systems. It can be exhausting, upsetting at some points. But this time, I'm Paulus, an architect and urbanist, and I invite you to listen to several stories, how people and experts navigate into this systemic world, being in between and innovating. So I want to invite Kristiaan Borret. He's a Belgian urbanist who served as a Bouwmeester, we can call it as a chief architect, of the Brussels capital for around 9 years. He's known for bridging the gap between high-level urban theories and the messy reality of city building. And once he described himself as a tightrope walker, let's hear the stories from Kristiaan. Welcome.
Wait for that one. Good morning. Thanks to Architektūros fondas to invite me here. I'm quite happy. Just perhaps to explain a bit more. So until last September, I was the Bouwmeester, or in French, maître architecte of Brussels Capital Region. It's a very particular role in Belgium. So you have them in several cities, Bouwmeesters. So it's similar to a city architect, but not exactly the same. So the main difference is that the Bouwmeester in Belgium is really in an independent role. So not in the hierarchy of the administration, but working closely together with the administration. So in and out of the system, appointed by the government in order to improve the quality of all urban projects, but working in an independent way. And so this kind of double position, I think it's crucial for the role because it means that you have the freedom of speech, that you have to take the freedom of taking initiatives, which the regular city architect is not always able to do, but also that you can work in a transversal way. Because you don't belong to nobody, you can work with everybody. So you're not within one discipline or one pillar of the administration, and that allows you to work in a transversal way, which is today, I think, for the wicked problems that we have in our cities, the way to go. You can't solve problems related to climate change on your own, within your own discipline. You always have to look for cooperation. I will bring you a story on how reuse evolved from pioneering projects in Brussels until, let's hope, a kind of fundamental and stable policy for the city. But let's start first with this image. This is first half of the 20th century, when the two train stations in Brussels that are terminus stations were connected. So there were a lot of works, demolition works in the medieval and the historical parts of the city in order to connect the two stations. This is the Palais Granvelle. It's a 16th century building that had to be demolished. And as you can see in the forecourt, the materials that are taken out of the building are already sorted for reuse. So that means in those times, there was a kind of habit, practice in construction sector to reuse materials. And if you would be able to read the small pancarte on the left, you would see that there is a message saying, façade à vendre. Façade to sell. So even the façade and the construction elements of the façade were sold in order to be reused. And so they were bought by one of the smaller municipalities in Brussels and reused in their new city hall project. So it proves that the past is better, that we just have to pick up again a tradition that apparently was lost in our construction sector. First half of the 20th century, second half of the 20th century in Brussels, that's current practice. When an office building is becoming outdated, sometimes for stupid reasons, because the ceiling height now has to be 2.70 meters instead of 2.60 meters. What the real estate or developer decided then, okay, we will tear it down and we will build a new spick and span, perfect premium office building so that it can comply with the new market standards. Of course, we know today that this is stupid in terms of sustainability, in terms of loss of embodied energy and loss of waste production, but also, for instance, uses for the neighborhoods. So that's the challenge to change this in Brussels. That was the challenge in my second term as a Baumeister. In Brussels, we are lucky because we had Rotor. So we owe a lot, really a lot, to these forerunners, a collective of architects and engineers and so on, who already many years ago put on the agenda the reuse of materials. So salvaging beautiful materials, marble, that took million years to be made by nature, and then just throw it away in demolition. Let's not do it. Let's try to reuse those materials in new projects. And so there is a kind of savoir-faire and know-how in Brussels, also in the culture of a lot of architects. It's really embedded in order to reuse materials, and today we can still see the results of that. So recent project by BC Architects, a young office that is also working with new bio-based materials. And this is a competition that we organized with BMA, with BMA's Bouwmeester met Architect, for a new building for the university. In fact, an existing building that was transformed for the university, where they are reusing the marble of the windowsills, existing windowsills, in a new kind of terrazzo flooring. So on the other hand, you could say, well, reusing beautiful materials, that's not enough. It's the cherry on the cake, but perhaps we should tackle now the cake itself. Because in CO2 reduction, if we really want a systemic reduction of CO2 emissions, it's not about the materials of the facade, the materials of the cladding, the interior materials. It's about the concrete structure of the building itself. So most of the energy and most of the CO2 is embodied in the concrete structure of the building. So in my presentation, there will be a kind of gradual stepping up from reuse of materials, to reuse of construction elements, to reuse of structural elements, load-bearing construction elements, to reuse of buildings itself. In 2017, we were confronted in Brussels with a lot of outdated office buildings. kind of heritage of the 1960s and 70s, 80s, 90s even, when a lot of office buildings were built in Brussels, and the office needs are in fact reducing. After COVID in a very drastic way, before COVID already present. So with the Bouwmeester we have several tools developed. One of them is public discussions, public debate. Another one is organizing competitions. We organize something like 50 competitions, public procurement and private competitions, 50 competitions per year. But also in Brussels, the Bouwmeester has to give a non-binding advice on the quality of all building permits above 5,000 square meters. So it's also a tool you can use in order to influence, for instance, private developers. So first thing that we did is organize a debate on what will we do with these empty office buildings. Of course, we did it in an empty office building. The title of the debate was, for the people who love punk, should I stay or should I go? So we should think about, we just can't demolish. There is, of course, for sustainability reasons, but there is also a kind of heritage aspect of this office production of the second half of the 20th century. And then pioneering. And so then competitions is a very good tool. An example that probably you know by West Architecten and with the help of Rotor. This is a competition for Zinneke, which is a cultural organization, public cultural organization. So you could say it's an easy one, easy win, because the organization itself is already into reuse of materials. They're organizing each year a kind of parade in Brussels and using waste and so on in order to make the parade. And so that's new premises. You can see that there are staircases reused from other buildings, so it's not just about tiles, it's also about construction elements. And then you can see that back facade with the strange window. And that's interesting for me, because it shows that if we want change in the les filières de matériaux, in the material flows in the city, then it's not just about architects and contractors and materials, it's also about public services, about the administration that has to change. Because that facade, that is the result of the first planning permit, building permit in Brussels with a dotted line. Because you know, of course, a planning permit application has to be precise. The windows will be here and will have this shape. But in reuse, between submitting the application for the permit and obtaining it, and then the construction site might be more than 1 year, even 2 years sometimes. So you don't know yet which window, because they wanted to reuse existing windows, will be available on the market on that moment. So they tried to convince, and they managed, and we helped them. So the planning permit administration to accept a planning application that was indicated with the dotted line, here there will be a window, without defining in a precise way the shape of the window. It shows how a lot of things have to change if you want really a systemic change in the reuse of materials. And of course the architect made a joke of it, because in fact it's a traditional 19th century window with a bow on top of it, and they turned it upside down, as they had a planning permit, which was a kind of blanco check. They could do anything they want. Second project. So it's not reusing. For me, it's not just about buildings like the former one, beautiful 19th century buildings, semi-industrial with nice shed roofs on the back in this building and so on. It's also about rather banal buildings in prefabricated concrete. This was the former headquarters of a pharmaceutical company, and it was decided to make a school into it, because we need schools and it has to be quick. So it was supposed to be a very quick project of refurbishing the building into a school. The competition that we organized was won by Agua, and so they decided not just to reuse the building, but also, for instance, to reuse all of the partition walls in the building. So you can see in white original partition walls that were separating the offices and that are now separating the classrooms, and then in plywood, the new pieces that had to be added. Lesson here, if you want to work with what is already there, first thing is taking stock, making an inventory of what is there. With what will you work? And so that's what's shown there right above. That's a lot of work. That's an extra work for the architects as well. And so it's also important to take that into account, how the role of the architect is shifting from having an idea, thinking about concepts, to the very, let's say, precise but also banal work of noticing everything that is existing in the building in order to be reused. So the building now doesn't look like a fancy new school building with a lot of colors and so on, as we have built many of them, especially in Flanders. But it's about another kind of quality, because in every new school building now in Belgium, you have classrooms on both sides of the corridor. So you don't have daylight in the corridor anymore because it's more efficient and so on. In this building, because it was a rather narrow building, you can see it over there, you have wide corridors with daylight. So it's about another kind of spatial quality. Perhaps not in traditional design terms, but perhaps more important in terms of livability. That's also something that we had to adapt to. And also, for instance, in giving awards to best architecture projects and so on, things are shifting. The paradigm is shifting. Third example of this pioneering stage is a recycling installation, so where you go when you have to throw away things and then it's sorted out. In Brussels now they have to be covered because it rains a lot and people don't go there when it rains because it's not pleasant and so it's not efficient. So they want now these recycling installations to be covered with a canopy. We organized a competition and the winners were 51 and 4E, collaborating with Rotor once more. And they said, okay, recycling installation, we will make recycled architecture. And so they found somewhere in the French-speaking part of Belgium in Wallonia a former manege and a horse riding school with wooden glued beams that was meant to be demolished. They decided to dismantle it, to bring the beams to Brussels and to reinstall them on site for the new canopy. So this is not just about tiles, materials, it's not about construction elements, it's about load-bearing construction elements. So you can imagine a lot of constraints here with certification. Will the structure be strong enough? And so the client, which is the Brussels Agency for Waste Management, who was organizing the competition with us, they took their time. It's important to have a lot of materials certified, but also a rather easy trick in order to reduce the risk is the architects decided to use a double set of beams. Well, they were there, they were available, they were rather cheap, so you could use 2 beams instead of 1, thereby reducing the risk that something would be wrong with one of the beams. And it was always also a way to convince the client to take the risk because the risk was reduced. That's what you see on the right. Again, changing ways of risk assessment, ways of certification, and so on. So the system has to be changing on a lot of levels, not just on the design level. After these pioneering projects, mostly the result, or all of them in this case, the result of competitions with the BMA, you could say, okay, fine, beautiful projects. But on the other hand, that will not bring systemic change. So that's when we realized if we want really to have an impact on the reduction of CO2 emissions in the construction sector in Brussels, we have to tackle the private markets. We have to convince private developers in order to reuse buildings. It's not me who's making the screen black, isn't it? Or otherwise you should tell me. Okay. So mainstreaming. And that's why we used our tool of the advice on the bigger planning permits above 5,000 square meters in order to ask the developer, to push the developer, to blackmail the developer, to reuse the building, because we had a lot of projects in those times of empty office buildings that were out of date and no new end user in the office market inside, so they would be transformed in housing. And in the beginning, the idea was each time to demolish the building and to new. And then we said, oh, you can't do that. You should at least maintain the concrete structure. And so that's when the soft power of the Bouwmeester architect really helps. So you have some influence. You can't impose, but you can try to convince and to push and to also in some way menace the developer. You will have to have my advice in any case at the end. So better perhaps to anticipate and try to take it another way and to keep the building and to keep the structure. And then it will be more easy for you to have a positive advice for your planning permits. On top of that, I will be more ready to give it quickly because I'm really engaged by your project. And so today, for new housing in Brussels, office conversion is one of the main sources. So something like 40% of the larger planning applications today are originating in former office buildings. I'm finishing more or less, because after this way of collaborating with the private sector, you should also say, so the private sector is not, so developers, not all of them are stupid ones or bad ones. So a lot of them are really partners in trying to develop new methods in order to maintain buildings. Recent project is really about upscaling. So this is the European neighborhood, in the neighborhood where most of the European institutions are situated in Brussels. The European Commission decided to get rid of 300,000 of square meters of offices. They sold it to the Belgian state, and then Brussels Capital Region, the government and the Belgian state decided that they should be reconverted, renovated into offices, because the European Commission will lease back some of these buildings. But then that 25% of the gross floor area should be converted in housing and 55% in public and commercial amenities. That means that this tissue, which is highly monofunctional, finally will be regenerated. Finally, there will be living people in the European neighborhood, where today, if you go there, there is no one after working hours. All of these buildings passed through a competition with the Bouwmeester, and so the competitions are going on now and the projects are going on, and the idea is to maintain all of the buildings, the concrete structure again, and to reuse a lot of materials. So this is really about upscaling. Last slide is in my story here about policy, probably the most important one. It's also, in terms of architectural value, the less sexy one. Because the best thing, in fact, in order to have a systemic impact would be that it's inscribed in the law, in the legislation. And so in Brussels, the building code is in reform since 2-3 years. Approval is still pending. I won't bother you with the story how we did have no government for 2 years in Brussels, waiting for the next government after the elections and so on. So there has been a huge pause, which is dramatic for a lot of institutions and organizations. And I hope that now that the next government is in place, will approve of the building code probably in 2027. The idea was to add in the building code. The building code covers all projects in Brussels, all planning permits. It's the most general impact that you can have. And the idea was to add one small sentence that changes the order, that says, from now on, preservation will be the rule. If you want to demolish, you have to prove it. You have to show that there is no alternative. So there will be a possibility of demolishing. And you can't be dogmatic, especially not in a building code. So sometimes demolition is necessary and unavoidable. But it's important, until now, you never had to explain when you demolished the building, when you apply for a building code. You just showed the new project. And so the civil servants who were dealing with the building code, they had no anchor in order to discussion the alternative of maintaining the building. This simple sentence will solve that. So it's a small sentence. It's not very detailed, but in juridical terms, it's, I hope, very influential. Thank you. If you want to know more,
thank you, Kristiaan. I feel that there has to be a lot of trust in the community, that especially in the beginning of the process, that builds up this systemic change. I wish to transfer this strength of that community of designers from Brussels to Vilnius, but there are a lot of other qualities here, I think. Let's continue on a totally different geography of Europe and the context. I would love to invite Kateryna Lopatiuk. She's a Ukrainian architect, urban researcher, curator who specializes in the intersection of circular economy, wartime recovery, and spatial data technologies. So technological wise, this is the leader. She is leading figure in innovation transformation for rubble of war into sources for sustainable reconstruction. And Kateryna supports the idea that architecture is not only about building, but also about restoring dignity. Welcome, Kateryna.
First of all, thank you for this with the introduction. Yes, my topic for today will be quite distant from the previous one. I imagine that before the full-scale invasion by Russians of Ukraine in 2022, the major thing that we would discuss in terms of repurposing the building stock is we would look on Soviet-era housing stock or industrial sites that we would admire by the simplicity, by the construction, by the materials and the possibilities of space that we could use. Nowadays, we cannot think in this matter anymore. We have to shift our perception due to the distractions that we are facing every day because of the Russian attacks. So my discussion will be more actual and up-to-date to our reality that we are living in every day. So I'll be talking about how our research and experimentation and education and technological vision and practice as an architects, as researchers, tries to address the situation that we face with the distraction every day. So yeah, I will try to explain or share with you how we learn from this practice. It's not a surprise. I think those numbers will not surprise you much about the level of distraction and the estimates. But yeah, as of now, the estimates are that around $11 billion are needed just for demolition and debris removal in Ukraine, together with already more than 20 million tons of generated war-generated waste, and only 6% of this waste being reused. And you can imagine that this is not a systematic thing. So I will explain you that we're still in this shifting process when we try to incorporate the idea of reuse into reconstruction, for instance, and it's mostly important because of EU integration as part of political direction of the country, which is quite important for us, aside from being conscious about the way we renovate or we perceive the structures that have been damaged. So, but still it's quite voluntary aspect of reuse. So it's not that common and not that incorporated into the rules of how you would reconstruct. Just to illustrate, this is a small city of Bucha. This is the site that we've investigated for one study that I will be referring to. And what you see with red, those are areas that have been damaged and destroyed during the offensive of Russians and occupation of Bucha in 2022. You probably heard a lot about atrocities that were conducted by them during the period of time they were occupying the city. But you can also imagine that there were a lot of distractions in this very small town. It's like, I wouldn't say the population, maybe 50,000 or even less. So me as an architect coming from architecture, and I was practicing mostly in design sector, mostly even in the interior design in Ukraine and private housing design for about 8 years, with the consequences of war and also a shift in perception of the heritage that we incorporated from the Soviet regime, from the Soviet times, I started as a professional thinking on the distant scale, most from the angle of a researcher than practitioner, to see the general picture of what is going on in the country and in my city. So I've joined several non-profit organizations, one of which is Rethink, which I'm not a part of anymore, but this is one of the major non-profits that are trying to shift again the perception of need of incorporation of circular economy approach into new construction, into reconstruction, and into recovery. So in 2023, together in partnership with Concito Denmark and Reform Institute in Poland, we did a study trying to assess how big packages that have been introduced to European Union, such as Fit for 55 or Circular Economy Action Plan, are incorporated in those countries in their context. And the same we did for Ukraine. So I wanted to try to, in general, explain where Ukraine stands at the moment in this regard. Of course, there are not much of systematic changes, but the adoption of these directives that are part of those two packages, for instance, are a very important part of this political agenda of Ukraine, especially considering the reconstruction needs. However, there are problems with certification. Raw materials still happen to be much cheaper than reused materials, but also there is uncertainties with the destruction. So people tend to prioritize rapid response with raw materials rather than spending time on reuse, and especially it considers the demolition process as well. So there is not much of smart demolition introduced. There is not so many facilities that would store those materials, or even there's lack of knowledge for the businesses or demolition companies, or lack of interest to incorporate this. So you can imagine that on some level, we even introduce Eurocodes, we adopt standards but, that are introduced in European Union as well, considering the usage of secondary materials in the new materials, like reusing, recycling concrete into concrete or things like that. But still we are in the process. And war uncertainties, they don't make it easier for us at the moment. So, of course, in European Union, there are already centralized life cycle assessment databases, while Ukraine is yet developing some codification systems for construction materials, and there are no digital product passport to trace the materials, and they're only on a piloting scale in Ukraine. But we are still kind of in a process of trying to harmonize the standards, as before we would use the post-Soviet, so to say, DBN, DSTU kind of standards, and nowadays we transition to ISO, which are European standards for materials, and with incorporation of secondary fillers and things like that. So what works in Ukraine at the moment? Well, systematic changes take time, especially because of the uncertainties. Education, of course, and experimentation and piloting. The project that I want to show you now, it's the small research that me and my partner, Herman Mitish, who's a full-stack developer, did in 2023 when we had to relocate to France because he's from Mariupol, and Mariupol been occupied by Russians. He would never return back there. So we relocated to France, and we felt, like many Ukrainians abroad and within Ukraine, that we feel homesick, we feel guilt. Guilt is the main thing. We feel PTSD. So these are the aspects that we cannot get rid of while Russia is attacking our country on a daily basis. So we did a study. We used the damage assessment data, the drone footage of Bucha, which was our study case, of damaged sites. So there was one volunteering organization, Damaged in UA, that existed for a year maybe, that started doing damage assessment immediately after the first months of full-scale invasion. And we used the data when Bucha was liberated from Russian occupation and trained artificial intelligence model with this data to try to trace types of materials on the damaged and destroyed houses in Bucha. It was absolutely testing of the approach, the knowledge that I received when I was a Fulbright fellow at MIT. So it's basically Sensible City Lab that kind of introduced me to visual AI technology as such. But we were the first ones to even consider drone footage for this matter, for this kind of purpose. We wouldn't expect to have some metrics or to use this data as something that would help us totally shift the perception of like the recovery in the city or affected communities, but we thought that we as researchers, at least we can have this at least level of auditing of what is happening on the ground without being able to be there, present on the ground. Of course, it needs verification, but still, we were kind of inspired to try this out. So what you see in these different colors, there are two images of two typologies of houses with 30 iterations. There are less, but there were 30 iterations of model training, so that we did like tested and tried it, validated, and so on. Then we've created the interactive dashboard where you can see ratio of types of materials on some of the damaged and destroyed objects in Bucha, together with statistics on the level of damage. And we've introduced it to several representatives, municipalities of other different communities, but we received not negative response. Everyone were so positive, but at the moment we finished this work, they told us that half of all sites in Bucha were already reconstructed, not by the state as that much, some by donors' money, some by initiative of people because they have to live somewhere. So this quite a chaotic process, especially it was chaotic at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and because there were no systematic incorporation of this understanding before the full-scale invasion started. So last year, we applied as an independent project for Venice Architecture Biennale with this research that we did together with Herman. And we were lucky to get acquainted with one lady. I will get you acquainted with her in the end of my presentation. From one of the sites in Hostomel, this is Kyiv Oblast, not far from Kyiv. It was her building, her house. She just finished renovating it It was 3-story house for all her family, and it was completely destroyed just in a day by Russians' missile. And during the occupation, they had to stay in the bomb shelter. Their neighbors were killed and things like that, but it's a personal story. So we went to her site to collect materials, to create an installation at Venice Biennale, to create a database of these materials, to try to think of whether we must perceive them as waste or whether they have some qualities, whether they have something to, I don't know, to value. And when we were collecting those materials, we actually felt that there are. For instance, what was very surprising, and it's quite a humanistic approach, right, to think about it from this point of view. Not that pragmatic one, but something that we learned through this practice, that she valued bricks. She valued some of the pieces of torn down concrete, because she said, I built that chimney, I built that wall. Together with my husband, children, we were building this stuff. So each piece of this, each material that we've collected, it had some personal story for her. Some of them were less important, others were more important. So we created this database, we scanned all these materials, and then we incorporated it into installation. And this installation was for half a year present in Venice, at Venice Architecture Biennale. So the idea was that we use 4 typologies of different buildings coming from our data of the drone footage that we used to train the artificial intelligence model. And within the stains of the detection of segmentation that AI model does with the drone footage, we place real physical materials that represent what type of materials AI model actually can see, can detect. And we brought it all to Venice Biennale. And with introduction of light projection, with the storytelling and video, we talk more about the problematics of different types of materials. For instance, asbestos containing a roofing material that come in from Soviet times. This one is actually quite interesting one, because it's one of the pressing issues in Ukraine at the moment in terms of circular reconstruction and climate-oriented reconstruction and people-oriented reconstruction, but also in terms of decolonization practices. So this schiffer, which contains asbestos, was only produced in Russia and Kazakhstan and was imported into Ukraine during tens of years until 2019. And it contains asbestos. What you would see, if I could have a map of Ukraine, you will see that in 1950s, all Ukraine is starting to be covered with map of typologies of rooftops. It becomes covered with those asbestos-containing slate roofing material. And what happens now when the Russian missiles, after they unified our space, when they hit buildings that are covered with asbestos-containing schiffer, they contaminate other materials, which makes the reconstruction and smart demolition even harder, especially when there are no systematic approach, and we're kind of learning in the process of how to incorporate it. And this is one of the topics to discuss, like it covers a lot of questions, decolonization as well. So with this project, what we were thinking as an afterlife of this project and afterlife of these materials, we wanted to first of all show that materials are testimonies. We also wanted to prove or try to find an argument that circularity is viable for Ukrainian context at the moment. And we started treating those fragments as objects for reuse. They are not beautiful, they are not attractive. They probably contaminated. So the procedure of how you should work with these materials is a little bit more complex than when you had smart demolition of very beautiful building that was standing there for years, right? And of course, we understood that we cannot bring those shifts that quickly, but we can, of course, educate others, we can experiment with others. There is still one of the shifts in digital approach, and especially in terms of creating like a database of materials and making other people being able to get access to those materials. We've created, together with Rethink, with Svetlana Osichenko leading the process, a platform which is called Povtorno. Povtorno is, if you translate it from Ukrainian, it's one more time. Like use it Povtorno and one more time, one more time. And within this platform, we were very much inspired by Rotor. This was like our main inspiration. We've created a marketplace for buying and selling secondary materials and circular services. So we allow users to post services that they can produce. We also created a knowledge hub within the platform, meaning that we describe there how you can address the reuse of specific types of materials in Ukrainian context. So we address Schiffer there as well, because as we now see, even during the reconstruction processes, not all of the Ukrainians are aware of what asbestos is, for instance. And of course, we've created an interactive map to make it more user-friendly for demolition companies, developers, and users to use this map. What am I, as an architect, doing at the moment and as a researcher? On the installation that I showed you for Venice Biennale, there was a gravel on the ground of our installation. I can actually go back and show you how it looked like. This is the gravel, but I will explain you this one. This gravel, it's not just a gravel, it's one of the last phases of processing of debris in Ukraine at the moment. There's a huge research going on recycling concrete into concrete because of the embodied CO2 and because of the reconstruction needs and because of the level of waste of the war damage debris. And there are 3 typologies of fraction that are now created through this processing. So there are several organizations like JICA, I could pronounce it wrong, a Japanese company that provided us with the machines to process debris into different fractions so that we can use it for temporary roads and things like that. Now we are looking for the chance or ways to introduce it to more bearing structures, not just temporary roads, but again, using it to create another concrete. So reuse it as a fill-in for the concrete. But for the installation, I was just washing it, and I share this story quite often because it was very emotional to me personally. I was washing this debris just to introduce the colors of it, because it was very gray and dusty. And when I washed it, I realized that there's too many of things inside of it. So I started thinking of how we perceive war damage. Like we try to just sum it all up, process it, and stop thinking about it. Because when we start thinking about each detail, as I told you in example with Olena Matveeva, who's the owner of the land, we're probably gonna get even more traumatized than we are at the moment. So it was very heartfelt moment for me when I washed this. I forgot how many, 20 kilos, or maybe, no, more. No, 20 is too little. I think it was 120. So I've decided to organize a workshop. I was actually invited to the workshop with Ukrainians in Ukrainian Carpathians in Slavsko, in residency MC6. And together with several participants, we just, hand by hand, we tried to sort it out 7 kilos of this gravel and see what's there. And of course, we didn't only find pieces of gravel, cement, or some, I don't know, ceramics. We also saw ceramic tiles, some glass that was melted down because of the explosion or the burned out or something. So we also saw some domestic pieces. And for many of us, it was also quite an emotional procedure. And maybe it's a weird thing to do, right? When you try to defragmentate this kind of chaos that you're living through. But we've also decided to see what's there. Maybe there's other way we can sort it out, use other machines, not only think about fragments, like fractions, but something else. So we created another interactive dashboard where we collected all the data, how much of each piece of material we managed to identify. And then several other our participants made small art pieces. They were doing whatever they wanted to do, but one of it, this cake, which can seem funny because it's not a construction element, it's not that fancy, it's not something that you could reuse, but it talks about how a person, through this work with this material, actually reflected on it, reflected on the general situation. So the girl, she created this Kyiv cake. Kyiv cake is a traditional Kyiv cake, and she was telling that each time she heard an explosion in Vyshgorod, which is in a northern part of Kyiv, she noticed that she was eating cake twice, and it happened twice. So people were dying, buildings destroyed, and she's like, she was eating cake and drinking tea with some of her partner or something. And yeah, she said that it's so weird how we, like, our brain gets kind of adapts to the circumstances. And she was talking about the hedonism during genocide, basically. So that's how she tried to reflect on it. So I will end it up. I really wanted to cover this humanistic topic, not only pragmatic, but I will end it up with 1 minute long video about Olena Matveeva. No. How can I play it? Okay. Is it PDF? No. There is video, okay. Oh, that's a pity because I really like that video. Can I still show it somehow? No?
Let's share during the break.
Okay, yeah, I'm so sorry for keeping it so long, but thank you very much for your attention.
The ones who are here live can definitely ask for the link for the video and the emotion of it. Whoa, it's a long time I haven't felt so hopeful and trustful in AI technologies. Anyways, let's continue on jumping even more and switching to different contexts and practices. This time to Copenhagen, and examples from and stories from Nicholas Ransome. Nicholas is a Copenhagen-based architect and urbanist who is managing director in Landager office. And we can say that the office is following the principle forum follows availability, and Nicholas argues that the future construction will be built on intelligence and not extraction anymore. Welcome, Nicholas.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I had so much I wanted to say, but I've had to compress it slightly. But I'm very willing to talk to you in the break about everything I did say and didn't say. So I'm going to talk about the structural shifts driving circular architecture. And my name is Nicholas. As you said, I'm an architect and urban planner. And I've been working with circularity for about 10 years. And we've learnt a lot along the way. About 15 years ago, a bit less, we were a young group of idealists who wanted to change the world and do things in a different way. And people were incredibly skeptical, didn't think it could be done, and basically said we were idiots. But now I can say we work for the biggest pension funds and developers in Denmark and beyond Denmark, and we're basically saying the same thing, but the dialogue is different, and that gives me some amount of hope. So I'll just give you a bit of context regarding the way we think architecture and basically beyond architecture, because I think we have to, as architects, reach beyond just the singular project, the singular product, and think more in sort of a systemic change. And I'd say for the last many years, the construction industry has been a driver of prosperity and positive change, but now the same systems are actually completely destabilizing our future. You probably know the planetary boundaries, and I'd say this is one of our main issues that we need to really address, the problems that we have already and in front of us. Until now, I'd say that our economy has not really accepted the fact that it is part of nature, but I do see some changes arising. Someone like Humboldt was onto that quite a long time ago. But anyway, we can now see that also in sort of more structural terms, that natural capital is being understood as actually the underpinnings of capital as we know it in an economic sense. The thing about natural capital is that you cannot just rebuild an ecosystem or a rainforest or a stable climate. So I would say the question is not any longer should we act or should we change. It's more about how quickly can our industry adapt to these new realities. So as an architect, I have worked with architecture, obviously, for quite some time. But there are lots of things I did not learn at school and things that we talk about today which are not architecture, but they are essential. It could be things like regulation and governance, which sounds boring, but is really, really important. New business models, if you want to scale your ideas, but there is no business model, it will fail. Financial incentives, risk mitigation, I think is one of the things I say most often. Supply chains, understanding where are the gaps, why is it not happening, and societal instability. These are just a few words, but they're not really architecture, but they're everything around architecture. In Denmark, our path towards respecting the planetary boundaries have been turned into this reduction roadmap, which shows a way towards a safe operating space, and we are already beyond, we're overshooting it, and we need to change even more quickly. Now, another issue is that we have a huge appetite for single-family houses. We have the average size of houses, and the average inhabited space per capita has been rising dramatically. Then we have our best scientists telling us that we must reduce new construction by 80%, and half of that should be bio-based to stay within our safe operating space. And are we ready for that? Do we even understand the implications? This is just another example of sometimes we're not fixing the right thing, or we're thinking in relative terms and not absolute terms. So here we have been great at addressing our energy consumption per square meter, but we've built so much more that the line in the middle shows that the result is nothing. It's unchanged. And I say recently we've also transitioned from fossil fuels to biomass for energy production, but that in itself also poses an issue. So are we just encouraging deforestation in other countries, or are we burning stuff that could have been building materials? And just to say, we produce about 6 million tons of straw in Denmark annually, and 0% gets used for building materials, almost. Maybe a few thatched roofs, that's all. So it begins to get complex. This is just an example of wood flow in Denmark. This can both be a material for energy, it can be for building, it can be for all sorts of things. And what we can see is when you start trying to divert material flows away from where they usually are, interesting things start to happen. And that's where you as an architect have to understand your interfaces with the wider society. So I think we have to look at the macro level for solutions as well as at the sort of micro level. Will circularity save us all? I'm not sure. Our global economy is 7% circular, and the number has stagnated. It has actually dropped from 7.2 to 6.9 in the last circularity gap report. So even if we do manage to be more circular, we must also reduce our actual consumption, which you probably already know. And I see a lot, luckily, of new movements happening. For example, the building stock movement in Denmark. And they propose to radically change the way that we build. And I really like that architects are starting to get political again. It was about time. I'm going to show you a few examples of what we've done. This one we started in 2015, and often we find some interesting information as a catalyst to our projects. And here we found out that 32,000 tons of windows are discarded annually in Denmark. They are crushed, usually. We also sourced concrete from the Copenhagen metro. We crushed it and used it on site as aggregate in new concrete that we produced. Now, we ended up delivering our own concrete as concrete suppliers because nobody in the market was willing to do it. And the other concrete companies actually tried to block our concrete deliveries because they said it couldn't be done. Anyway, we recycled 900 tons of concrete, and a few years later, all the big producers could deliver exactly the same product they said could not be used. So if people say that you're wrong and it can't be done, you're usually onto something. Glass was another big focus, and we recovered old windows from social housing projects. And this is a result of energy retrofit generating massive amounts of waste because the embodied CO2 in the energy renovations is not calculated and taken into account. You might know that. So these were 15 to 20 years old. They had 25 years of life left. So these upcycled window walls, they perform actually the same or better than a benchmark and save 87% CO2, which of course is significant. And that has been scaled up and is now a product that you can buy off the shelf. We kept the interiors raw, slightly Spartan maybe, so there's no paint, no glue, no filler. And that means there's a cleaner indoor air quality from day one. And one of the good things about recycled materials is that the amount of VOCs coming out of them is minimal because they already have degassed. It's about 70% of the building's weight is recycled material, which I think is quite good. Nowadays, we would not have done it in situ cast concrete. We would do something else. It is a project of its time. But what was interesting for us when it got sold some years later was that it sold at a premium above the market rate in the area, which goes to show that doing good can also sometimes have a good business case. So while designing this one, we learned that bricks from the 1960s and beyond, they can't be taken apart brick by brick, usually, because the mortar is too strong. So we thought, why not cut entire pieces of wall out? And we were a bit younger then and didn't know that that would be quite difficult. Anyway, we decided to try to do it, and people said we were crazy, and maybe we were, but it did work. And we found out it could be done quite sort of low-tech, and later we have digitalized that, and I'll show you a little bit about that as well. Because scalability of an idea is essential, otherwise it's just a good idea. Little things like, how do you put it on a pallet? How can they be stacked? How many people can carry it? How do you store it? All these things become so important to actually making a solution that works. So the sections, they were turned into these new facade elements in a factory, and then they were put together in a flexible design. And as I heard mentioned earlier, getting a building permit at a time where you as the architects say, we're not quite sure what it's going to look like, needs an extra layer of collaboration. And we found out in all our projects where we basically don't know what it's going to look like, get the city architects involved, get all the stakeholders so deeply embedded in what you're doing that they can't get out of it. And usually they like it. So this was nearly 3,500 square meters of bricks and mortar that we reused. So at the same time, we also salvaged 300 tons of wood from the Copenhagen metro site. It's these spaces between the concrete elements. Those were sliced and used for the facades. That's not rocket science, but that would have been incinerated otherwise. And here is our first example of structural reuse of load-bearing concrete. And that is the bridge that goes across between the roof gardens. And that was from a nearby demolition. And that points really towards, I think, the future, which I will end up with. So say the residents, they very quickly identified with this place and this way of living, and it fostered a very strong community very quickly in rental units. Interestingly, the expenses for upkeep of the building are lower than benchmark because people live there longer, they like the building, and the units are rented out for longer time, and there's sort of less break in between. So it's a good business case as well, which is nice. So since then, we've developed this further because we don't want to do it with concrete. So there's a hempcrete version, there's a reclaimed timber version, digitalized tools, and working out the supply chain so that it could be scaled up. So we could develop a product that has the same CO2 emission as using bricks one by one, but at a much lower cost. Here's a kindergarten, and that was built almost entirely from materials from 2 old schools on the site. And instead of just tearing everything down and starting over, we asked what could we do if we used all the materials. Now, the local police had done quite a lot of training in the building on the right, so that was rather bust up. They'd had some fun. We found out that the program, which was a kindergarten for children with special needs, could not be accommodated in these buildings because it had to be at one level. So we shifted our focus to reusing materials instead. So making an inventory, super important. Building mock-ups, showing things in one-to-one, also really important tool to get people on board. And maybe one of the most important things, which is not very sexy, is the demolition tender. So by carefully describing how do you take the building apart, how do you stack it in pallets, what exactly do you do, we could reduce the risk and therefore the price that the demolition contractors would give. And I think actually our demolition tender won a prize for demolition tenders, which I did not know that they existed. Anyway, also mirroring what I saw earlier, here we found out we had to join trusses together. They had been holding a roof for 100 years and they were great, but now we had to put them together 2 by 2. And I'd say we often find that new strength requirements, fire requirements mean that we have to add more material, actually. So here we ended up with a kindergarten made almost entirely of recycled materials. And I think, to me, this project shows that when you couple creativity with risk mitigation, you can get some really interesting things. And that the demolition contractor is our new material supplier. So here's Træ, which means wood or tree, which is the tallest hybrid timber structure in Denmark at 80 meters. And apart from it being a milestone in that way, it also implements a wide range of recycled and bio-based materials. In the introduction, you said form follows availability, and I'd say in this case, availability was, for example, wind turbine blades. We found out that they get put in these great graves or sent to Germany to be incinerated. Both things are a bit stupid. So we looked into what can we actually do with this really high-value material, which is somehow the dark side of the green transition, like what you do with all the leftover PV panels and your wind turbines and all the infrastructure that is invisible in some ways. So we did a lot of work to map the value chains, test and develop solutions, a lot of burning of stuff. And by the way, balsa wood and epoxy burn really well. The project contains about 1,800 tons of wood, which is it seems like a big amount, and about 10% of that is reused. And I'd say building with wood and timber products is not going to solve anything in itself. I mean, we need to just build less and use other bio-based materials that grow more quickly. And another thing I like to point out is how deep the foundations are. In Denmark, we have no bedrock, so there are actually many places you shouldn't build because the amount of CO2 you need to put into the subterranean structure is absolutely crazy, or you need to get some structural engineers to be slightly more creative. So fire safety, of course, really important. We had to burn some really big sections of the building. That was expensive, but luckily it worked out. Here you can see the solar shading made of those wind turbine blades. You can see the facade made out of corrugated sheets from an industrial building. The shiny ones are from a water-damaged postbox production line. And inside the building, there are a whole lot of other things. And we have 3 specific stories addressing bio-based materials and upcycled materials and recycled materials. Also to have a test bed for smaller product suppliers to show that their products work out. You can actually see in the reflection of the sun that these are all different kinds of flooring. Then I'll say a little bit about business models, because even though I'm skeptical of the current financial system, we have to somehow hack it. So what we do at Lauener is basically, well, we create architecture as proof, but we also an idea factory where we use architecture to create a better future. So one thing we did was all the products we developed through our projects and that we had actually sold previously, we spun off into a new company, and they've already salvaged, I think, is it more than 2 million kilos of waste. And they are scaling and selling all these products to anyone else as well, which I think has been very important for us. Also because architects do not want to buy stuff from other architects somehow. So I mean, we've used it for this project for the royal family in Denmark, where it's completely recycled annex. They delivered the wind turbine blades. They won't deliver them if you call them. That was simply too weird. And also for our own office. And lastly, structural reuse is a research project that we've been working on together with the Danish Technical University, Danish Standards Organization, and some other stakeholders. And we concluded it last year with a new informative standard that describes how you can reuse structural concrete, and it is in English and freely available. And this we are turning into a startup company now with a demolition contractor and structural engineer and DTU and others. So the very last thing, policy, I mean, is also really important. I mean, making sure that everything around you is changed. And what we work on right now together with the Copenhagen Architecture Biennale is this policy proposal for material ownership. So basically it's an extended producer responsibility for construction products, because we think that by tweaking some legislation just very slightly, maybe as we saw, putting a little section above or changing a wording, then you will have a much bigger impact than just making a beautiful building. That was all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. Well, I can say that actually I would love to learn how to navigate between the very quick wins and long-term decisions from you. But at this time, I would invite all speakers together to have some discussion. Please take a seat. Help yourself with the water. Yeah, you can share the mic. For the beginning, I would say, What would you like to start from? I would say that let's calibrate the time frames, what we are working in, because there were very different ones. So, yeah, what time frame do you work with day to day? How far away into the future do you think in day-to-day work, but also in general in your practice? Is it 30 years, 50 years? Is it the end of the project of a year? Is it, I don't know, social and paradigm of hundreds of years? Where's the limit? We cannot plan and decide anymore in time.
I think the difficult thing for us is that we are a project-based organization. We live off delivering projects to people on time, on budget, at the at the right quality. So somehow taking the goal and keeping it in front of you all the time, and then chopping it into little achievable parts, and continually tweaking sort of every week and every month and every year, and also remembering to celebrate the little sort of progress that you do make along the way, because sometimes unless you actually look back like you did, then it can look like it's going really slowly. Yeah, so celebrate your successes as well.
Mm-hmm. Do you celebrate also yourself and systemically?
Yeah, I think it's important also in policy to be very pragmatic. So never neglect also the opportunity of an interesting project tomorrow. Even if in the back of your mind you should have the long term in your mind. So it's really about between tomorrow and 10, 20 years.
Mm-hmm. So there are two scales. Immediate.
All of the time, and both in fact complement each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a pilot project, a small pilot project tomorrow can be convincing proof for parties who are not convinced, in order to also adapt that kind of project. And so in that sense, you have an impact on the longer term as well, by growing up and upscaling.
Yeah, I wanted to say, despite absolutely different context, I would say that the process is basically the same. So we are happy with the small achievements. However, in the circumstances, we are still obliged to develop some strategic vision. So when we address reconstruction, for instance, and we know that it can be affected again, we still plan it for a long run. So we develop the specific type of documentation that addresses hromadas, municipalities that were damaged, partially damaged, and we then try to incorporate some funding to address those sites. So we have to already consider it for several years ahead. But of course, we are living in the times of uncertainties. That's why, as you were saying, piloting is one of the major aspects that actually brings this little level of satisfaction, meaning that people, they're piloting smart demolition and reconstruction on sites in Ukraine all the time. And I think it's quite an inherited practice. So it's something that our parents would do and our grandparents, which wasn't a systematic thing, of course. But it actually brings an inspiration as well to reconsider how we address the destruction. But important to note that, and I think Varvara Yagnysheva, she's going to be talking after the lunch. I'm just recalling from her practice in non-profit in east of Ukraine. They were reconstructing several private houses for families, and they did several iterations with the same houses, and they were destroyed again and again and again and again. So basically, you try to be conscious, you try to reuse materials, you try to plan for a longer run. People actually go back there because these are their places to live, and then they witness the destruction again. So it's quite complicated matter. Of course, we want to things look attractive as well, which requires time too. So yeah, it's not no exact answer. However, we're trying to be consistent anyways.
Kateryna, yeah, I have the mark. That's all fine. But actually, I think you can have very interesting perspective, especially connecting the context, Parisian context, which have very strong tradition of perception of time, this culture. What's the difference then between Ukrainian context, the current one emergent with a matter of seconds sometimes, and this West Europe capital mindset and time frame, thinking of it?
If comparing Paris and Kyiv, for instance, first of all, very different regulations. It's of course in Paris they're super strict in comparison with what you can even experiment or pilot in Ukraine at the moment. Also, if you know that through the transition from Soviet era to market-oriented development, a lot of things shifted, but there are still many of the private owners. That was one of the ways to try to make this transition easier. So a lot of premises and buildings are privately owned in Ukraine, which makes it both not very easy to systemize the approach of reconstruction or new construction in Ukraine, because a lot of places are privately owned, but also it gives some space for private owners to actually experiment with such approaches of, for instance, reusing materials, which makes it both easy and hard at the same time, if you can imagine. So I would say that it has quite a chaotic, in comparison, style, and the approach is quite chaotic at the moment, unfortunately.
How does it then evolve in the public sector, especially how do you see your position in the system, in the sequence of decision making, and in private sector? Well, I see you as a representatives from different sectors at this point, but you might argue. Yeah, but how do you feel in that systemic process? Where are your limits then? Which responsibilities you take, and where do you share them, and who would you share in the process of entire city making and shift?
Yeah, I think it's the responsibility of the public authority to provide a framework. But then a typical thing, so when talking about Paris, what is extremely interesting in Paris is that they are working in a parallel way. So you, as a public authority, you can use your hat of making the regulations, but you also have another responsibility. That means you're making projects yourself, so the public projects. And so in Paris, regulations are not that yet evolved, but all public projects that are tendered by the city of Paris include a certain ratio, so that is imposed, of bio-based materials. And so you can see that it really pushes the market. For the moment, there are a lot of projects in Paris, in Terre-Pisé, and so on, and that's thanks to that influence of public authority. So that's the kind of responsibility you have. The difficult thing is to choose the moment. So when you adapt regulations, or you impose something in a public tender, private market has to be ready, because otherwise it makes no sense and it's too early, but also not yet ready enough in some way so that it makes a difference. And so choosing that tipping point, that's typically a really difficult thing on the level of policy. And that's also why you need, in fact, exchange and collaboration with the market.
That's, again, so time-related aspect, the right timing.
Yeah, right.
I think that's a really important point. We're also involved in the working group setting the adjustment of the CO2 targets in Denmark. And one thing we've been discussing is it ambitious enough, or is the market ready to respond to it? And I would, of course, lean the one way rather than the other. But sort of that is actually really important to also look into the into those sort of structural barriers in the market that there can be. Yeah.
Let's jump. I was just jumping in the exact examples because I feel that you're very passionate about the context you're talking about. I love it. Do we stop at the border of the country at this point with the practice, taking, for example, the city, the region around it, but the regulation stops at the border of the country usually, because we were mentioning that aspect quite often. How do you see the transferability, especially from your practice, also the Kristiaan working with other contexts? Do you see or do you experience this, that you can transfer that Brussels examples and successes over there? Or is it only knowledge, or is there something else that we can reuse? Also, Copenhagen, Nordic context and general mindset helps to build this up easier. Maybe it's more difficult than in other contexts. And yeah, can we experience Ukraine, feel the Ukrainian issues anyhow in other countries? That, yeah, does it stop at the border? Can we transfer the experiences? Good examples.
Yes and no. Partly, especially in the reuse of existing buildings and the concrete structure. Well, that's something that could be developed, of course, in other countries as well. In my case, in Brussels, also, in fact, the method, the tool of organizing competitions and so tapping into the creativity of architects is something that could be adopted. On the other hand, circular construction, and especially bio-based construction, is also often linked to local production of materials. And that's quite interesting, how you can see that, for instance, hemp is very much produced in the northern part of France and southern part of Belgium. So that's really a potential thing for us. While in other parts, the Waddeneilanden in the Netherlands, it's about shells. And so these, especially in bio-based material, nature-produced materials, there are borders. But that makes architecture different. So there is a kind of cultural consequence of the local production.
Yeah, I agree. I see there's kind of a new vernacular that should grow out of what is available in the countries. And as I said in my presentation, we have so much straw, but we don't build with it. And the hemp products we get are from Belgium and Germany, which is stupid. Regarding the regulations, I mean, I can see our approach we have seen can be applied in different countries in Norway and Germany and sort of beyond because of, for example, Eurocodes. But then you notice if you go to Norway or Switzerland, there are some things that they can do that we can't because they're not in the EU. So, but a lot of the processes, methodologies, the stakeholder management, the risk assessment, paradigms, all that, they are the same because that's more about sort of people and physics. But then there's something about regulation, and that can be country specific.
Yeah, I wanted to recall what Paola Viganò was talking about. She was addressing natural commons or urban commons. So I think these are the things that can also define whether we can share the knowledge or approach to build or use the materials or not. And in this way, I thought about, for instance, ceramics. Like we have the whole area with Helena. Now I cannot recall this name in English.
Clay?
With clay, yes.
Yeah, okay.
In the east of country. And there was a practice of this vernacular housing, and that several organizations are actually trying to reproduce, especially those houses that were affected or damaged. Going back to the traditional way of constructing those types of houses, they're called chaty mazanki in Ukraine. So I thought that the area defines the access to this particular material, and with Soviet influence, a lot of areas like that were neglected, and because of this colonial unifications, we also lost some of these vernacular practices that could be incorporated nowadays, especially in reconstruction. And now we're kind of trying to address it, but I still see that in terms of approaches, there's a lot of things we could incorporate from Europe as well, or share with Poland or other countries that had to shift from Russian and Soviet influence, which is not the topic that I would like to kind of address and think about all the time. This is some of the past that is very complicated to address. I mean, some things we appreciate, like inherited modernist architecture, that we would really like to keep and reintroduce. But some things we would really like to just forget and not to have this common knowledge or common experience. So.
Okay, can we agree then that we're coming back to the city-region scale from the globalized image of markets and exchanges? Especially in the context we were researching with the team of organizers last year is about bioregion and the mindset that we should shrink back towards the way more locality. So would you agree that actually this shrinking is happening in Europe? Locality and being more local?
I think there's a lot to be said about sort of globalization these days, that it's somehow reversing a bit, which could be a good thing for things like local bio-based materials, because you can grow it and you can find it nearby. So I do think there is something happening in that area. And I mean, we're trying to build quite a big building out of clay that is dug out just nearby. And I think things like that will become more normal, actually, again.
I thought in the context of the previous question as well about the practices that we are witnessing now. For instance, we receive a lot of humanitarian aid of secondary materials coming from Europe, from Switzerland, from Germany, from Poland. This could be windows or doors or something, or equipment. And what we face, even if it looks good quality, of course, usually it's quite outdated, but it looks good quality is still quite hard to incorporate it anyways. And a lot of pieces of these materials, and again, Varvara gonna address it for sure, they just lay on the ground or in some hangar for enormous amount of time without us being able to incorporate them, just because they're not adjustable to this specific type of construction, typology, or things like that. So now it's hard to perceive it as a good thing to have, or as not very good thing to have, which gives more pressure and complexity towards the reconstruction needs.
Yeah, another example perhaps in following your question is also something I was, without being cynical, I was quite happy that the material prices were going up after COVID and after the Ukrainian war, because that meant that for a certain period, the reuse of materials was as expensive as new materials coming from the other side of the world. And of course, reuse of materials is traditionally more expensive because a lot of labor force is involved, and local labor force, that is more expensive because you have to clean the materials, you have to sort the materials, and so on. But on the other hand, I was feeling more happy to pay, as a public client, a lot for materials, knowing that you would provide jobs for low-skilled people within your own city. So in that sense too, local markets, local labor force could be coming back on the agenda. On the other hand, well, globalization is a strong enemy. And so this is still about small projects, but it's giving hope.
It's a different scale of qualities, and I can hear are important in this case. Let's break the walls. I would like to break the fourth wall, bringing back the question from the audience. So please raise your hand, leg, anything, and raise your question or observation. In the meantime, if there are no urgent questions. I would like to ask you personally, how do you experience this position of innovator? Do you consider yourself as an innovator? And how do you navigate then? Do you communicate to others that you are driving the change? Do you feel in the front row of a change? And is it important for you? And what do you do then if then you are not heard for the third time in a row? With other stakeholders. How do you navigate this novelty?
we used to use the word innovation a lot, and we have stopped. We've also stopped using the word sustainability. What we say first is we handle risk and economy really well in your project. And then we talk about aesthetics and branding, and then at the end we say something about innovation and some research and development.
As a public communication.
Innovation sounds scary and expensive, so that's become like a sort of a taboo word in our office. Like,
So in my position as a Baumeester before, so it's really fun because it's about giving opportunities to people who innovate or who bring new things on the agenda and taking away barriers and facilitating. So that's really, well, that's a job that I miss, by the way.
I thought now about the word innovation because now when we talk about reconstruction, we tend to use these kind of terms too often, but it mostly to try to get proper donors funding to actually make at least something happen, which is understandable, but of course makes it quite scary and hard to deal with, especially for exact practitioners who are working on the ground because they are super skeptical. And developers or construction companies that produce their own raw materials like gravel for concrete, for instance, they when we suggest them look at this as an alternative, and there is the whole research and it's kind of a new technology and you should consider it. They're again super skeptical, which is very hard to shift. Also, I guess I'm not the best person to reply, mostly because I'm not in exact practice. I'm more as a researcher and advocate who is trying to see if it's adaptable and viable. So it's kind of if the way that Consider Inform Institute described it in that paper that we did, that Ukraine is on this preparatory phase to then incorporate it more into practice. And we are still, there's a lot of work to shift the perception of other stakeholders towards it.
Bon chance with it. Any other questions? Yeah, please, Saskia.
Thank you very much for enlightening. You want to use the microphone? Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for very enlightening lectures. My question's on the cusp of the reuse. What would incentivize the reuse of material and or labor costs? And I was thinking, I had conversations with both Rotor and our Dutch heroes are called Superuse, on what would it take to invert taxation systems on material versus tax on labor. So if these two were flipped, that it would become more lucrative. At this point, I think was already very clear in the lectures that it's more expensive to take one screw out of a beam than to buy a new beam. So I was wondering who or where could we incentivize this kind of legislation or tax systems, or I don't know who could answer, but I'm curious if that could be even considered.
So that's switching from the object to the service and the process, definitely. Any ideas? Do you see that change possible, and where exactly? Is it some stakeholder that can answer this, or policy, or which ways?
I think there's an analogy also slightly to AI, that because we end up because you tax work but not compute time, then it ends up being expensive having human beings. And I think it's a bit the same with materials, that we need to also somehow understand the systems that we're building in society and that they're not incentivizing the right things. So I think something like that could be a way forwards, but I'm not sure how.
Yeah, you know, in Belgium, as you know, so embodied energy is not included in our EPC assessment. So the certificate for energy consumption, it's all about operational energy, it's about insulating and so on. And so if I would answer, my first battle on the level of tax systems would be that for the moment now in Belgium, they decided to lower the tax for new construction, for demolition and new construction, because it's still the idea that these old housing, you can't insulate them. So you have to tear them down, especially single, so family housing. And you have to build new constructions that are very performative on consumption standards. So it's totally neglecting embodied energy, embodied CO2, and still totally focusing on operational energy. So that tax reduction in the wrong side, that's really a mistake. So the first battle would be to get the opposite. So if you renovate and you maintain a building, then you can have a tax reduction.
So form follows, energy doesn't work then. Okay. Yeah.
I have one last thing about that.
Please.
I talked to a bank recently, and they're willing to now give a reduced, or require reduced yield on their loans, which means your property value increases if you have a very sustainable building, because it becomes about risk mitigation, so that the building can be insured, so that they have something that their money is valued against. And then that starts to do something as well.
But you also have the taxonomy of the EU standards and so on. But mostly, what is a sustainable building? A newly built premium BREEAM labeled building is considered by many banks as more sustainable than,
They had understood that that was not the case. Yeah. Okay. So things are changing.
Let's wrap up our discussion. It can be endless, definitely. A quick, short offer for the viewers and the audience, where do you find inspiration and learn, and where other could learn about the systemic change or circular design in general? Where do you find the, just a short example or name or a book, anything?
Reuse of structural load-bearing elements, as you showed that with the T-spans. So what is happening at EPFL, at the construction laboratory in Lausanne, that's really interesting. You should read about that.
EPFL, yes. There is one PhD student, Maxence, his surname is, and he did an amazing research on reuse of parts of prefabricated panels to new panels. And he introduced in his study, he introduces 3 ways of how it could be done on a workshop space and on site. And I would really suggest looking into that. If needed, I can even direct send it, because it's quite an inspiring work.
Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, the audience. There's so much to digest. That's why I would invite you all to lunch break. And we are meeting in an hour, right, Martinez? Yes. Thank you a lot. Bravo.
Hello. Welcome back to the conference, Building with Time. I hope you had a great lunch. Sorry for a slight delay. We finished a bit later, so we had to take more time. We are continuing our conference with a second panel called Time Matters. We will hear 4 very inspiring presentations. Again, joining the threads with the context you listened to maybe in the first session, such as Belgium, Ukraine, and Denmark. The presenters, with them, we're gonna look more into building projects that they are working on, raising the questions of how, through the materiality, we can trace the time, but also how the time defines the architectural practice and the project itself. So, without further ado, I would like to invite on the stage Varvara Yagnysheva, a Ukrainian architect and researcher working across architecture, urban design, art, and social research. She's an architect at Co-HATY project, which she's going to present in a moment. Her practice focuses on social responsive architecture, emergency housing, and rebuilding in Ukraine. Varvara is going to share how, in a Russian war against Ukraine, initiative of MetaLab is rapidly repurposing abandoned buildings to affordable housing prototypes. So welcome on stage, Varvara. Good to have you here.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So nice to be here. My name is Varvara again, and I'm very happy to tell you about not only our project as a build something, but also about our organization. And I hope it will be interesting for you as professionals, as I think there are a lot of professionals in architecture here. So our project is called Co-HATY, which is a play of words, because in Ukrainian, hata is a house, and Co-HATY is to love. So when we are using like co-housing, Co-HATY, this play of words, we are implementing that we are doing this work with a lot of love. And what I also want to tell you about this organization, it emerged in rapid response after a full-scale invasion of Russia in Ivano-Frankivsk region, which is the west of Ukraine, where a lot of people relocated to seek safety. And this organization emerged, it was a project at first, and its first months, it was just a volunteering project. We were just a bunch of architects who decided, okay, we need to house a lot of people, and we are architects, maybe we can somehow like help with this. And then we voluntarily renovated our first dormitory, and we saw, wow, this can work. We managed to get some funding, and then it was a project which was led by NGO MetaLab, and then now, 4 years later, we've done 10 buildings. Each building is in a more professional way, and now it's a charitable foundation which is called Co-HATY. So now we're a whole institution with a lot of work done. And what I also wanna say is, no, not yet, that almost all of our people in our organization are architects. Fundraisers are architects, managers are architects, and of course, to me, it seems like to implement such a project, a lot of my colleagues had to kind of give up their architectural ambitions, their architectural professions, and become this institutional managers to develop such an organization and such a project. But I think they couldn't have done it if they were not architects and they didn't see how important is what they're wanting to do. So why is this important today? I think you all know that a lot of housing was destroyed in Ukraine. A lot of people were displaced, and western regions of Ukraine are the most regions with most amount of internally displaced people. So we need to somehow house them, and we also need to build these communities. And how we do it, we see these people, we try to integrate them, and after this, we try to take this housing, which is abandoned. I will talk about this a bit later. And our goal, our result is creating this very sustainable model of how we can house them and really integrating these IDPs, because they're not on their land, they're not in their communities, and we somehow have to also help them to integrate in new society. Yeah, another big problem here is that social housing in Ukraine doesn't exist as a legal model. It exists in some very weird little capacities, but nothing we can use to house this amount of internally displaced people. So here you can see that there are, like, of course, a lot of modular houses, and some of them are existing since 2014, actually, when the war first started on our territory. And yeah, this is amazing, actually. They were supposed to be there for a year, and now it's like 11 years, and people still live in this super temporary, super badly built, they're not built for living 11 years in them. So other case is repurposing dormitories, which is kind of a nice thing, but the conditions are very, very poor because, of course, again, everybody thinks it is temporary. But now we see it's not. So our goal as an organization is also trying to shift this thinking, because nothing is temporary here, it's absolutely permanent now. And yeah, with our experience, we really try to show, and mostly to show our government, municipalities, and our people that housing for internally displaced people doesn't have to be temporary, that this housing doesn't have to be absolutely bare minimum in terms of comfort and basic amenities and basic dignity for people. It doesn't have to be ugly also. And that it is normal, and it actually makes sense to try and make it more cozy and beautiful, because it makes a very big impact on psychological health of these people. And yeah, we're also now in our 4th year of being an institution. We are trying to pilot and implement the feasible model of how we can, our institution or other similar institutions, together with municipalities, we can create such affordable housing projects. So now I will tell you more about, oh no, not yet. I will just tell you about how we generally do it. So our organization, which is quite small, it's like 20 people, I guess, we do all of this preparation work. So we are selecting a location, and we are trying to find the most proactive communities and most proactive municipalities which are willing to help us, and we need a lot of their help, of course, to find these properties, and which they're willing to give us, sometimes for free, sometimes we can rent it, but I mean, even for rent, it can be tricky. Then we assess it a lot, we do a lot of research, we do sociological research, we do, like, we try to create a feasibility model, how much, for example, people can pay for rent in this particular region, and what families are the most typical for this city or whatever. And then we fundraise. Yeah, we fundraise. We fundraise a lot of money, and then we are creating a team which is almost like a big team of ours is in-house, especially in. We could hire all of like external architecture firm or something to develop a project, and it would be much more efficient and better, but it kind of doesn't work. They kind of don't understand architectural firms who work in not in the public sector but in commercial. They don't understand the challenges that we are encountering, so we have to have a big in-house team of professional people. And then we implement a project. So after the project, or during the building process, we also do a lot of community engagement, which is just should be done. Everything should be done with community engagement. Yeah, and now I would really like to tell you about our last and recent project, which is on final stages, and people are moving in as we speak. It is in Kalush, which is a city, like a rather small city in the western part of Ukraine, and this is the building. It's an abandoned kindergarten, and it was abandoned for like 15 years or something. And the condition of load-bearing walls is quite okay, but everything else we had to change. So also the structure of a building is quite tricky because it's our 10th repurposed building. And other ones which were dormitories or hotels, it was like an easy deal. You just rebuild it a little bit and it's like living conditions. But here we had to, everything which was inside, we had to tear it down to make a completely new structure to build apartments for people, because they cannot live in dormitories anymore. It's like not viable. And we also had to totally renovate the heating system, the roofing, the insulation, like everything. And the model which we had to develop, and it took a lot of time for our team to develop this model. It's quite, I don't know, for me as an architect, it's quite scary stuff. So yeah, we're trying to acquire an asset, like this lease agreement from the city. Then the city leases us this building for 10 years, and we are the foundation. And then we have our donors for this project. It is Habitat for Humanity, and they give us a very big grant, give us to this, in this case, not directly to our foundation. Then we have this operation 10 years after the completion of the building, which will like start now. In this timeline, we have this 10 years of management, which our organization will also be involved of. So we will either manage it for like with our capacities or hire an external management team to manage it, and then with tenants together try to build an like association of tenants. And when the lease finishes, we're really hoping that either the city being persuaded by us and association of tenants, or just the association of tenants can come up with their organization to still have this building in their hands and not taken back. So it's like a very big process which needs a lot of persuasion and a lot of work. And in terms of choosing, in terms of our research, we always try to select something which is some location which is central to the city, which has a lot of amenities to avoid segregation, to avoid like basically, yeah, it's always nice to live in the center of a town. And here it's a little map of our territory. So you see it was like a typical Soviet kindergarten and a big lot of land around it. And people are using it, and we were so really trying to make sure that local people, they don't stop using it, that they will still have their path of travel, and that we can improve this path of travel, because now it's an abandoned building and it's quite scary to be there at night. And it was, now not anymore, but it was quite scary. And now it's like a lighted area, there are people coming and going out, so it really, I really hope it will improve the image of the neighborhood a bit. Other tricky thing was that we could not change the legal, how do you call it, legal purpose of the land, because in our context in Ukraine, like it's quite a long process, and it requires a lot of political will to the city to change this land purpose from administrative, which is kindergarten, to housing. So we had to make a project to be the actual housing, but to comply all the laws for administrative building. And it was a nightmare. Like I will never do this again in my life. So yeah, 2 floor plans, they look like this. And what I wanted to show you is this, that what we were trying to achieve with the planning was that we were trying to implement as much various types of apartments as possible for a lot of different families to also avoid homogenic community for all the elderlies or all the moms with children. No, we were really trying to mix them all up and to distribute these basic necessities very fairly so that each bathroom is the same size. So when they come to me, like new tenants, and they ask me, oh, but in this flat, which is in the other apartment, the bathroom is nicer. I'm like, no, it's absolutely the same. You cannot tell me this. Yeah, so these are our fundraising slides, and they show you different typologies, which is like block of rooms, like a dormitory, which is also the cheapest room you can rent, which is also really nice for the lowest income people so that they can also access this. And then you have studios for 1-2 people, then you have like slightly bigger apartments and like the biggest apartments for large families. And it was also quite a challenge to make everything adjustable, not put too much furniture into the walls, for example, not too much built-in, so that, because we don't know actually what kind of families will live there. We build this, we want to provide them with furniture and everything they need, but we don't know. Maybe it will be like a mother with 6 children, or it will be 3 generations of one family, or it was another family. It was very funny. They were like a couple, and they had 2 grandmothers, and these 2 grandmothers, they didn't want to talk to each other. So we had to find a suitable room for them with like very separate bedrooms, which are far away from each other. So we always have to take this into consideration, that you kind of know who you're building for, but you don't really, because all of them are different. Yeah, this is like roughly showing the amount of different typologies in the building, and there are some principles which I try to implement here. For example, when you usually, I think I talks about communal housing, co-housing projects. There are a lot of talks about common spaces, but in our context, in Ukrainian context, it's not something desirable. Unfortunately, people want as much private space as possible. If it will be a bedroom of 8 square meters, it's fine. They would love it more than a shared room, and so some flats are really, really tiny. But it comes from like a general understanding, also researches that we conducted, that these people were living in, at the beginning of the invasion, they lived in a huge spaces like, I don't know, school gyms, and it was 100 people in one gym for a year, and then now they're living in some other communal shelters, which are also very crowded, and you have no personal space. And if you're a child or a parent who is tired, like it's not possible. You want to have your separate room, and people are really asking for that. But still, we understand that community spaces are important, and we still provide them, which I also think it's very necessary, because we try to provide them space to work a little, to do, I don't know, some entrepreneurship, maybe their little business, if they want to try to, if they, I don't know, are a nail technician or a hairdresser or like repairing boots. It's like a nice space we implemented here for them to maybe have a little business there. And other principle is we only do what is absolutely necessary, and for us, main principle is private spaces. So we try to make them as new and as beautiful as possible, but in common spaces, like in corridors, we just try to take some nice shade of paint and cover everything, and not use too much resources for that, and not demolish perfectly nice, a bit rough condition, but this stair rails, and yeah, not to cover these walls, like they're fine as they are. And yeah, this is also one of my favorite principles, is like doing this therapy through design and trying to spend a lot of time on choosing these colors and choosing these planning solutions and lighting, and because we have to work with the cheapest materials always, but still it's very, very, very important to convince our donors, to convince everybody that it still has to be beautiful. Other principle is that sometimes outside just cannot be very, very beautiful, because if donors give us this, if donors, our beautiful donors, just give us some metal cladding for a facade, we cannot just refuse it. Of course, we just take it, and then we can insulate the facade properly, and it's like making it more sustainable, and people are paying less utility costs. So, of course, we prioritize that. So sometimes you end up with a facade like this. And yeah, here is one of my favorite things, that you don't have like procurement as it is. You have fundraising, and it's mixed with procurement, because when the donors give something to you, you have to adjust your whole project to use these materials. And you have to, we love to just invite volunteers and celebrate volunteers and build this community through these moments. And yeah, I haven't even started on reuse, so we are really trying. We're really trying to use this. It's all our other previous projects. It's in other towns, so we did receive a lot of like sanitary ware, doors, furniture, carpeting, and some radiators, some glass blocks. But the main issue is, especially with things like carpeting, it comes dirty. Furniture, you have to store it properly. Doors, you have to store them properly. So, for example, this batch of doors came to us 2 years ago, and we haven't been able to store it properly, so now I cannot use them. And it is so bad, because it's not, a lot of our partners and us at first thought that these materials will be a humanitarian help for us. But they cannot be a humanitarian help. It's a luxury for us in our context to use these materials if they're not prepared and if the costs are not covered, unfortunately. So as much as we are trying and trying and trying, it's very tricky and it's very expensive. And yeah, we still have some luck with that, but not as much as I would love to. Yeah, but these glass blocks were nice. But this guy who installed them, he hated me, because they all are uneven, and he was not able to place them in a nice way. And every time I came, he was like, "How can I?" Yeah. So I mean, just some inspiring slides at the end. This is one of our apartments, and volunteers assembling furniture, and now it's done. And I mean, it's beautiful, and people are shifting from this to this, and building communities and building new relationships with us and with each other, and yeah, just having a more permanent home. So thank you so much for listening.
Дякую. Very lovely presentation. We will have time to discuss all of the questions, but now I want to invite second speaker, Jakob Rabe Petersen, who is an architect at Copenhagen-based studio Filmen. Architects working across transformation, research, concept development, and strategic communication. Jakob's work sits between material practice and editorial precision, exploring narratives that stay close to existing structures, construction logics, and political agendas that frame what gets built, kept, and wasted. Since 2021, he has been responsible for the studio's publications and public relations. Today, in Jakob's presentations, we will hear more about 3 film and studio projects where function becomes a source of potential, showing how contemporary architecture can inherit both function and character from present constraints, facts, and figures. So really looking forward to hearing from you, Jakob. Welcome.
You said everything I planned to say now, so now I don't know how to start out. But thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been looking very much forward to it. As Martinez just said, I will show you 2 of our recent projects alongside one of our ongoing projects. As we probably all know, here in the audience. We are relying on unhealthy supply chains, on virgin materials taken from the ground to produce new materials, where, of course, concrete is one of the main issues. Despite the beauty of concrete construction, there's, of course, a lot of problems involved with this. In our office, we are trying to search for new ways, not unlike many other offices and people working with the reuse. And I felt extremely inspired earlier this morning. I like the idea of tackling the cake, and I think it's what we are aiming to do, not only trying to preserve what is culturally regarded as valuable materials, but also all what we don't find value in at the moment, which could be spaces which are looking like this. And I was also really happy to see the picture from Brussels, from the train station, where all the elements were sorted, because that's what we are trying to do across our projects. Every time we dismantle things, we try to sort them and see how we can put them into use again. Often we don't know how to put them into use in the beginning, and that's where time is needed and beautiful, because it also brings a lot of new potentials when you take yourself the time to try to find the solutions along the way. I'll just briefly show you a really small project. I think it was around 10,000 euros, which we did 5 years ago. On the left, you see an office space belonging to an art institution in Copenhagen. They needed office spaces, but they also needed an event space and an exhibition space within this quite generic setting. They also knew they would only use the space for 3 years, so it was a temporary setting. And they asked us what to do with this. As you can see, there's these generic office acoustic ceiling tiles. We took all of them down. Here you see how it looked before, and turned it into flexible folding walls, making us able to use the space in different ways, having a big open space, but also dividing it into smaller sections. And what I really like about this project is, because we talk a lot about design for disassembly, and I think it's obvious that it doesn't work at the moment. I don't know if you heard about the Fujimoto pavilion in Osaka, the world's largest wooden structure, which they are dismantling now, and it was supposed to be reused, but they are chipping it all down to become biofuel. So that's also the problems we are facing. But what has happened here is that today it looks like this again. So it's encapsulating what we are trying to achieve within our projects. I'll start out by telling you a little bit about our exhibition at the Venice Architecture Biennial last year. We were selected 3 years ago to do an exhibition. We were up against 7 others, and we needed to come up with a concept of how to build upon the world without building anew. And I worked for the curator of the 2020 exhibition in the Danish pavilion, which was postponed until 2021. So I had a little bit of an understanding of the state of the pavilion, and I knew it was in a really bad state in many ways, and it's being flooded often, and that's of course a problem. But it's also a problem which is difficult to address, of course because of financial reasons, but mostly because of time, because there are exhibitions all the time, and when there's not an exhibition, there are exhibitions being dismantled or built up. So it leaves a really narrow space to do actual renovation or maintenance of the pavilion. So what we suggested was, let's do a renovation of the building. Let's spend our money and our time to leave the pavilion in a better state than it was before. Instead of this, I don't know how you feel about the biennial, but it's a weird place because we all talk about saving the world and sustainability, and still we are just importing tons of materials which are being discarded afterwards, and we are flying 250,000 people to a city which is sinking. so our response to this, I don't say it's the best response in the world, but let's try not to add anything. Let's try to make what is there already a little bit better than before. So of course, you start out by analyzing the building to see what the potentials are. We didn't knew that much about the pavilion, but we knew we needed to upgrade the floors in parts of the pavilion. And what we wanted to do was to use all the what you normally consider as construction waste related to renovation as the elements. We built the traditional exhibition elements out of ramps, stairs, benches. So not importing anything, but trying to use what's normally discarded. We began to just finding out what do we have, and that's always how we start. We try to be as neutral as possible, just looking at the materials which are there from a neutral perspective, looking at the material capacities instead of the cultural added value. Because once you say that something is worth more, you also say that something else is worth less, and we should try to do that less than we are doing at the moment. So we went in January together with Felix Hilgert from Swiss construction office Lemak. He knows a lot about building with rammed earth, and we knew we would probably find some earth beneath the floor. And we found earth, but earth is a lot of things. We were talking about the hempcrete earlier, that it's imported from France often. Apparently in rammed earth construction, there are always some types of earth which are better than others, so we needed to find out how can we use this. In the beginning, we wanted to do some columns out of rammed earth and putting the concrete slabs on top of them. And Felix said, if you want to do it, we need to fill the whole space with rammed earth because this rammed earth is not very suitable for doing that, and otherwise we could just fake it. So we decided not to do any of the two, and I think that's the beauty of working within the existing. You know, you need to stay open to what you find and just stay as close to what you find, trying to find all the different potentials within. We work together with researchers from the Technical University. They are also working at the structural reuse program, which Nicholas talked about, to trying to see what's the condition of the floor here. We knew it was really, really bad, but we didn't know how bad. And the point was also not to become experts in this exact floor, but it was also a way of trying to gain new relationships with researchers and seeing how what we are learning from this can be implemented in other projects. But what we did use it for was trying to determine how we could use the elements for constructing new elements within the building, and made this cutting sheet of the concrete elements. And what I really like about this, it's so tactile when you work within the existing, and you can find beauty within places where you don't normally consider something to be beautiful. The backside of the slabs were amazing, and all these things, it's hard to determine that beforehand. You need to be on site and analyze all the things as you find them, not only looking for beauty, but also material potentials. On the left, you see how the exhibition looked while it was open. So it was a post-construction site. At the moment, they are finishing what we suggested back then. So they've made a new floor, and after the next exhibition, they would put the existing sandstone tiles on top. So it was a way of showing the different time settings. Some elements were kept as they were before, some were under construction, a quite narcissistic construction, we must admit, and some were already finished, but the elements being finished was, I'll get to that in a second. Binding agents is something which is really, really interesting, because that's where it gets tricky. We all know that when we produce concrete, it emits enormous amounts of carbon, and bio-based binding agents tend not to perform as well. But we tried to see how far can we go. So we did a lot of testing together with an Italian researcher called Carlotta Bagotta, and people from the Copenhagen University, using local bio-based binding agents such as gelatin, which is a waste product from pig production and fish production, and trying to see how we could cast elements out of the existing aggregates. Also, these are like microbic scans of how they interact, the two materials. We can't determine anything from them, but researchers can see how well they perform together. And then it's a lot of trial and error. Casting with bio-based elements in the most humid place in the world in January, Venice, is difficult. So it takes a lot of testing. When the elements get too thick, they don't dry, of course. If they get too thin, they, you can see what I mean. So we were raising the floor, and this is a fixed window. And I think at half of the last 10 exhibitions in the pavilion, the window was demounted so that there was an opening there. And we were like, okay, why don't we turn it into a pivot door by using the existing frame, putting a steel frame around it, and make us able to open it, but with adding as little as possible. So that was actually the only element which we added, which was finished while the exhibition was ongoing. The rest of it is being carried out now and will be carried out next year. And what did we build? We built a table. But on this table, we exhibited the whole process or the research which was carried out along the way. So this is, of course, extremely speculative. We don't expect that we can go out into the world tomorrow and build our future with these elements. But it's also a way of showing how we think we should deal with the existing and have to see if we can find potentials which we didn't knew existed beforehand. But what was really nice is because while we were carrying out this exhibition, here you can see where all the elements are taken from. We were having like a real life project going on in Copenhagen called, as Martina said, I'm responsible for doing our publications as well. So I'm showing you some of the work we have done related to this exhibition. Luckily, we had a real project going on in Copenhagen called Toravej 29. It's impossible to pronounce for non-Danes, we found out along the way. So sorry for that, but the correct pronunciation is Toravej, and it's just the address of the building. It's quite central in Copenhagen, but a former working class area. At the end of the road, you see a new building which has been built after demolishing a quite well-functioning building. I lived just across the street 6 years ago, so I know what I'm talking about. And the yellow building is the building we worked with. This was how it looked before. It was originally used by the Danish fur industry in the 60s, and the latest program was a municipality disabled center with tiny, small offices, low ceilings. Here, the partition walls, they have been removed. But what we tried to do, it was a competition which we won in 2021, and the concept was basically a building repurposing itself. So using the site as our parameter of where we harvest all our materials from. Of course, you cannot harvest all of your materials from there, but we tried to use that as a guiding way. And an external assessment of the building found out that 95% of the materials which were there before are still within the building today. And like the iconic part of this project was to take the concrete floor slabs and turn them into staircases. So what we basically did was to cut free the existing slabs, tilt them a little bit, and use them as staircases. It's a maneuver which seems extremely easy in Rhino. This is how it looks today. In reality, you find out that it's difficult, but it's also extremely interesting due to that fact. Here, it's in the beginning of the project, and this is how the entrance is looking today. So what do you do with this existing building? We are not trying to be holy. We are also not dogmatic, even though it can sound like it from here. We started out by sandblasting the building. You could also just have kept the white paint, but we chose to sandblast it. This we needed to remove the linoleum because there was tiny amounts of PCB in it. Another point where we're not holy, we have sealed it with epoxy afterwards, but we just sealed the floor as you see it now with the linoleum removed. So you can see old glue, you can see where all the partition walls were before. And the same we did when we sandblasted. We didn't remove the partition walls totally, so you can see all these small traces around the building of its former configuration. For example, the small white traces of paint you can see. The main issue was actually to find out how can we structurally reuse these elements. They are pre-stressed, the concrete elements, so as soon as you cut them, we weren't aware of this while we did the competition, they will break under their own weight, so we cannot reuse them. So we needed to find a way to keep the pre-stress of the beams. And it's a custom solution which is actually quite simple. We had these small brackets, clamps, pressing from each side, making sure that the steel within doesn't, how do you say? Yeah, exactly. We were so close to not succeeding by doing this because the engineers were, they wouldn't sign off on this. The main reason why we managed to do it was because the manufacturer is still existing and they had the original drawings which could show us precisely where the pretension was in the archives from the 60s. Without being able to do that, the engineers, they suggested just building a huge scaffolding underneath the staircase, which would also lead to pouring more concrete to carry the weight of it, turning this idea into a gimmick, which of course we are less interested in. And yeah, we cut it. What's really funny, the people from the technical university in which we work together with in Venice, we asked them, your scanning methods, would they be able to determine if we could reuse them? And they were like, yeah, they potentially could, but it's not implemented in our legislation yet. So, but probably within a couple of years, things like this will be a little bit less complicated than it is today. I love watching these videos. It should move the image, but it doesn't. The elements which we couldn't use for stairs, we turned into furniture. This is from a render, the one from the competition. And I can see I don't have that much time left, so I will quickly turn. We reused all the bricks which we took away from the facade, and we tried to design as little as possible, trying to find some logic within the structure. So where we removed bricks, we just laid them, we tilted them 90 degrees and put them in the ground, also meaning that where there's still the column, there will be no bricks. So it's these small gestures which points towards how it was configured before we started working with the building. There was a lot of waste wood and waste metal. I'm not saying that this is like the perfect solution for reusing waste wood and metal, but it's also nice to be a little bit playful every now and then. We went to a car wrecking facility and made these table legs out of it. All the waste wood we chipped down and used for also for furniture within the building. And what we not always tell, but you are intelligent people, and you know that the world is also a little bit difficult every now and then. We needed to add a artificial polymer binder to do these elements, which of course is not the perfect solution. But the good thing is that what you don't succeed with in one project, you can try to implement in another. We work together with a researcher who's mixing grass fibers and lignin. Lignin is the natural binder of wood. It's a waste product from paper industry. You remove it from the paper, otherwise it turns yellow. That's the lignin doing that. So many people prefer taking the lignin out. And we tried to see how we could do particle boards with this. These ones are the first editions. We're working on a project in Finland. I'm not saying too much about it. But what we have, together with this Finnish manufacturer, we've been able to use produce actual boards which you can implement into construction. These ones I showed you before, we're not able to do. So we have these countryside agricultural old buildings, which we are transforming for Finnish foundation supporting artists. So they will do this artist residency on the countryside. This is how this beautiful stone building looks from the inside today. And we are trying to achieve this, and we actually don't add very much here. We just try to get us close to the existing structure as well. And these are the chipboards which we are producing out of wood waste and lignin, which will be implemented in the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jakob. Yeah, the building site in Venice was probably one of the most aesthetically pleasing building sites I ever visited. Yeah, but really inspiring work you're working on. Further, we would like to have actually a joint presentation. So we will have two presenters, but I will present first Alice Babini. She's a founder of Studio Babini Geysen, a Brussels-based architectural practice interested in designing for uncertain futures. Their work explores the future naturalization and reprogramming of the built environment, finding opportunities in the conditions and resources of our time. Alice will present two neighboring projects in Brussels they are currently working on, a new building site for the circular hub on the empty plot of Tour and Taxis, and their joint project with 10 Studio Nobody Leaves the Party, the full transformation of an industrial site near Jete. So welcome on stage, Alice.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. It was a very inspiring morning, I have to say, and I could find so many points of common interest with our projects. I will share with Fabian this talk indeed, and we will organize it around our shared project for Nobody Leaves the Party, which is developed for a new Resi Park in Brussels. And in this proposal, the existing conglomerate undergoes a process of self-transformation and regeneration, opening itself into a new programmatic life. We will also present two additional projects from our respective practices, using them to further reflect on the notion of time in architecture. The first is the Circular Hub, the first image, and is a project for a new productive building with an expected lifespan of 30 years, Here we explore urban mining processes, as well designing for disassembly and the memory embedded in the material, in reused materials. The second project is the 500 Years Tower by 10, which shifts actually the perspective towards anticipation, speculative exploration of how architecture might be conceived for a far future. The Circular Hub and the Resi Park are, as mentioned, neighbors. They are both located around the Tour and Taxi site, a rather central area in Brussels, which is here represented in this less residential, more industrial part around the park. And while the first, the Circular Hub, is positioned in a row of other similar productive buildings, transitioning from the residential site to the industry, the second plot for the Resi Park we can see is really at the edge of a consolidated residential fabric. And if today the whole area is undergoing a transformation, a development as a, let's say, chic neighborhood with the new high-end residential developments, in the past it used to be the center for material arrived, so the logistic core of the city and the distribution center of Brussels, which was happening both by canal and by the railway. And so the figure of the park, we can see this number 9 is still showing the past railway formation. And if the two projects both deal with similar context and material reuse, they cannot really be originated by more different initial conditions. The Circular Hub is the project for a new building to be built on an empty site, here represented, via design and build process, where the client, Democo, is also a construction company, and they will construct and partially inhabit the building. So it is a client with the capacity to steer constructing detailing part, and also with the network to source large stocks of materials in Brussels. The Resi Park site instead is today a completely built plot, hardly legible. It went through many phases of extension, and the client for this project is a public entity, is the Agency for Waste Management for the region of Brussels. So we are here very much bound to follow tight administrative procedures, and the client itself has very limited involvement in the process. The Circular Hub is part of a larger idea, which is called Stadsatelier de Ville, and it actually started a year before the actual competition was launched, when BC Material was in need for a new site. They had to move their production hall, and they started to look in the Tour and Taxi zone. They teamed up with Democo, so this construction company, which was also looking at the time in Brussels for a new storage hall where to stock the reused material coming from their construction sites. And this team won together the concession from the Port of Brussels to use the plot for 30 years' time, and potentially extendable to up to 60 years. And then, under the supervision of the BEMA, they launched a competition to select an architectural team, which we won in 2024. And because of the experimental ambitions behind the project, the team, right from the beginning, started to expand, and many experts and consultants, they were involved in the process, including, for example, the construction companies, academical researcher, hubs for materials storage, and so on. The master plan, which was developed together with BC, it's organized, let's say, in a very straightforward way, with the ambition to maximize the use of the site. On the right, there is this new building for the Circular Hub, and on the left, there is the new production hall for BC Material and their offices. And anticipating, let's say, the constructive challenges, we developed a very simple building with a compact volume and a plan, In the ground floor, there are organized the more demanding programs, so it's a really industry program with a large expanse where necessary, and the first floor is used for administrative functions and collective functions. And because of the depth of the building, we also had to reflect on a new typology plan to solve this office, and we proposed a double circulation, both through external decks, so access from the external decks, and also at the center of the building we inserted a winter garden to break the depth and to also introduce a fresh climate right at the center, at the core. The construction for the project is starting in the coming months. So what we see here are rather recent final drawings where every component finds its place in the details. And to arrive to the final of this, it was a very long and learnful design process. At the time of the competition, the client had already acquired a first batch of recuperated steel beams, which are now laying on the site, on the plot. And so to keep the design open, we didn't propose an architectural project, but a more hybrid constructive system that will combine reuse together with bio and geo-based material, such as straw bale and earth plasters, in a simple, very almost primitive, let's say, structural order, where it's not needed to adapt the source component, and we could so allow a possible third life, a possible future reuse. And as we started to design, we realized quite soon that it was very hard for us because we only had this one batch of material and we didn't really know how to even start. And of course, what is very visible in this scheme is like that in this paradigm shift of designing with reuse, the materials, they have to come in right at the beginning of the process. And they're no longer merely expendable and passive resources, but they become the actors and the participants in the design from the very beginning. And so, like hunters, we initiate at the same time like processes of hunting, sourcing, collecting, and understanding what will be available in Brussels. Starting with the primary structure, here we see the foundation feet that were sourced out of a street, a concrete street in the abattoir in Anderlecht, which was supposed to be demolished to build a geothermal field, and the client actually through a LinkedIn post got in contact with the owners, let's say the people running the site, and we went to cut and collect this superficial layer of concrete. And of course, once you start to collect the materials, it's very easy to start very informal and spontaneous mock-ups to understand better when there are insecurities with the team. This is our initial batch of steel beams that during the past years have been tested to confirm their structural properties. They're still, after 2 years, laying on our site. And eventually we also found a large hangar which became available, and then the client proceeded to deconstruct it and collect this. There are 15 meters long glulam beams in perfect conditions. And they're currently stored at a facility along the Canal of Brussels, so really 100 meters away from the site. We see on the back, for those who know Brussels, the skyline of the Northern District. Yeah. And during this process, we try to develop also new design and comparative tools, like this matrix, where we both see the spatial quality, roughly very quickly tested, together with the material availabilities and the construction costs for each alternatives. And every time before starting the search for extra parts, we always compare 3 alternatives. You see here on the top schemes, one alternative coming from reuse, in this case hollow cores, one coming from bio or geo-based solution, in this case timber earth slabs, yeah, and one new constructive technology. And because of the, let's say, the high structural and performative demands for this building, because it's industry with a program for offices on the top, we decided that reuse had some limitations, and we decided to open the project also as a place of experimentation where new technological solutions could be tested for the first time. In this case, we work with the Volted, which is a spin-off from Block Research Lab in ETH. And they developed these optimized monomateric concrete slabs without any reinforcing steel. And of course, with this, we could also slowly pass from talking primarily about construction to architectural composition and develop also a place with unique spatial qualities. Working with reused materials also, of course, questions the time and phases of the project, because not everything can be collected and sourced at the same time at the very beginning, so we have to leave a lot open during the process, and facades are a very clear case, was mentioned also in one of the talks before. And materials like claddings, reclaimed glazed, or windows, they're usually bought quite late in the process. And because I would say there was already an example in Brussels, we were quite fortunate that we could upscale this to our project and find, with the support of the region of Brussels and the BEMA, a solution to submit a building permit procedure, although we didn't have any material to build these facades. So you see the part of the circular hub with these dash windows. They only give indications about the ratio of openness and nothing more. And when we could finally find a donor building, we were able to increasingly gain precision, evaluating how these formats could fit into the project, if there was an interesting architectural composition, inventorizing and quantifying the availabilities, and in a back and forth process adding precision. And a couple of months ago, we could finally collect these materials. These are the photos that were taken. And again, this is a building in the inner ring of Brussels, used as office, but for which the client was really aiming to receive a LEED certification. And of course, they had to change the glazing with better glazing. And that was the reason to discard it. Nobody Leaves the Party is a public competition which we won together with 10. It was organized by the BEMA at the end of 2024 with the goal to design a new recycling park. And the site assigned was, as previously mentioned, this fully built site, quite central in Brussels. And we thought this was also very interesting because usually recycling centers are at the outskirts of cities. But the fact that this is located in a much more central and residential area, it also means that it could focus on soft mobilities, but also become a place, a learning site, so to make visible cycles of recycling and reuse. Already at the competition, we decided to extend the team beyond the typical planner team. We added the researcher Tifana Benia, Maxence Grangeux, and the CGI expert Olivier Campagne. So this was really, from the competition, an ambition into transforming the project in a platform for collaborative research. However, part of the competition brief we received was a mobility study done by the client, where we can see the new logistics superposed to the existing site without any consideration for the current situation. And they reduced basically the complexity of the project to just a series of street circulations, inner circulation. So in a way, this suggests a tabula rasa scenario of the full site. And before accepting it as the unique solution, we decided to actually understand how the site came to be and how it was built over time. And we see here in the 60s, this central building were built like 3 buildings in a sequence in masonry, used as a salmon smokery factory. 10 years later, the corner parcel was completed, also a concrete structure, and then only in the second half of the 90s, the second parcel was built with the lightweight industrial hangars, a steel structure, with the exception of one prefabricated concrete building. And this is still more or less the situation today. So let's say when we first visited the site, we found this really hardly legible space. Now it's also being used with, as a storage, and there is no natural light, there's no direct visual connection with the street, and so it was very difficult for us to find the qualities in there. And we decided to build a 3D to learn more about the special qualities of the site and as well the structural availabilities. In doing so, we were able to compile this catalog, was let's say the first design tool during the competition, where we could both visualize the architectural qualities and the availabilities of components and estimate the embedded carbon on site that would otherwise be wasted in case of demolition. So it's almost 700 tons of CO2 equivalents for the special resources and 82 for the material resources. It was also at this moment when we decided to give the title Nobody Leaves the Party. It was both a sort of manifest of reuse, like to reuse as much as possible of what was available on site, but also, let's say, a tool to create a shared awareness between the design team itself and the client and the stakeholders around the project. The analysis concluded into this simple scheme, so where we decided that the brick and concrete buildings will be kept and will be like defined as special resources, since they would be too difficult to disassemble, and the industrial steel sheds instead they could be disassembled and used as material resources. And on the master plan is quite legible, let's say, these different attitudes. On the right, we see the parcel where everything has been dismantled and then reassembled into the new structure for the Resi Park, which is a very large roof, actually, nothing more than that. And then in the other parcel, we see that through acts of subtraction, we could find again like the understanding about this building were organized around these central courtyards and the relation between them. And in doing so, also we were able to provide almost 1,000 extra square meters of program, which was not asked during the brief. And so with this, we initiated a discussion together with the client on how to use it for a program in support of the Resi Park or for neighborhood and community activities. And if renovating the existing didn't pose much design challenges, how to design this new large scale structure within the competition time, incorporating all of the components that we could source, it was not so clear. So we decided that quite soon in the process to involve Olivier Campagne and to test the potential of AI to accelerate the design research. At the very beginning, because we took so much time in researching the site, we started really with feeding like constructive interest. This that you see is a photo of Maxence Grangio research, PhD research in EPFL on the structural reuse of rubble. And then one of the first images we produced, combining these photos with just a description of the program of Resi Park. And the second iteration, we became to add prompts, like more about references and structural kind of interests. And these photos were really fascinating for us because they were so precise and so unexpected. And also, in a way, they added extra layers that we hadn't yet considered. For example, we found this landscape extremely poetic. So we also started to reflect on how to recycle what on site to create the landscape of the project. And as we continued, we were able, of course, to feed to this model also our 3Ds that were very precise, because we knew exactly what components and items were available on site. And we managed to arrive quite close. Let's say for sure some elements are recognizable, like we see this facade panels, we see this lightweight structure. And this, so throughout actually the whole process, the AI research didn't really replace the design process. It was a sort of parallel experimentation that helped avoiding pragmatic design. It also was a tool to design together with the whole team. After every iteration, we could sit together and really understand what was interesting, what was maybe like not possible in the project. And we see at the end, like, we arrived during the competition quite close. This was our constructive section, where every element was also like linked to the building where it was sourced. And this is one of the last images that were produced. I will leave for the second part of the Nobody Leaves the Party story to Fabian.
So yes, we're not leaving the party. We're just inviting another speaker, Fabian. But warm applause to Alice. So Fabian Lauener is an architect who studied architecture at ETH Zurich and Delft. Fabian worked in architecture as a project lead and in construction management. And since 2023, he joined Zurich and Belgrade-based Studio 10, with whom Babini Gaysen were developing the Jetta Recycle Park. In presentation, Fabian also gonna tell more about another project of 500 Years Tower. So Fabian, stage is yours.
Hey, thanks so much. Thank you so much for the invite, and also thank you to the team for this really careful and personal kind of hosting. It's really kind. Thanks. Yes, I'm Fabian, and I'm part of 10, and welcome to Nobody Leaves the Party, part 2. 10 is a collective based in Europe, Zurich, Belgrade, and more, and was found roughly 10 years ago. Myself, I'm based in Zurich. 10 has many forms. It started as a foundation, kind of like an NGO. By now it's several companies, but still only 15 people. It calls itself a studio or an institute, and it's like organized very decentral. We sometimes compare it to a record label. Within the collective and beyond, we work always in different constellations. I kind of like missed the double clicking. I have to catch up. I will wait. Now I'm really confused. Okay, now it's in sync. Sorry for that. Yes. Within the collective and beyond, we work in always different constellations that leads to always changing conditions and outcomes. And there are like many focus points and moving poles of gravity. And this openness of the structure also allowed me, when I was like pretty new to 10, to answer an email that I got from Alice Babini on the 19th of January, if we want to join the party or like this competition for the recycling centers in Brussels. So yeah, that's the point in the presentation where I'm just kind of like continuing where Alice left off. So this is the building permit plan. That's kind of like 2 years after we started working, or after we applied for the competition. And we handed it in roughly 2 months ago. And sorry, the next 10 minutes I'm gonna kind of present the more in-depth kind of like the different strategies that we developed in the project, a different strategy of reuse. One, the Resi Park built with the elements. Two, the adaptation of the existing buildings. Three, the recycled park. And four, the extra program that Alicia already mentioned, that supports the shift of the community towards a circular culture. Since this project wasn't a reuse competition, how they sometimes happen in Switzerland now, where the architect gets like a perfectly like defined and categorized like catalog of elements, we spend a lot of time researching, surveying, sorting, documenting. So it's a lot of material. We're on site a lot, have like thousands of images, and somehow try to be very thorough in kind of like naming all the pieces. And sometimes, it really gets kind of like so much, everyone kind of gets lost in, and it's difficult for planners or colleagues to follow. The design and the analyzing of the existing is kind of running in parallel, and through that it is like an iterative process where one is kind of like constantly trying to somehow figure out what is like the most logical, the simplest structure to somehow resolve the problems that we have. And even though we realize that we have more than enough material, we are striving for efficiency and elegance, so that reuse somehow isn't like just kind of like using everything that we have, or that somehow it is like somehow just about showcasing the material and the patina and the surface, but we want actually the same elegance that we also strive in new construction. This image doesn't show, I'm going to skip it. I was just showing more of like these like CAD inventories that we made, and this is the Excel list that corresponds to it, and then together with the engineers we're kind of like working on putting the elements together, and here we're like trying to stack metal profiles to reach the spans that we need for the functioning of the Resi Park. This is the inventory of the facade panels that you already also saw in this AI iteration. They became very important for the project, for the identity of the place. And for us, it's a really nice example how reuse in architecture can like lead to new forms. We're taking these facade panels and kind of form these like L-shaped elements, so that these non-structural elements should become structural columns for the Resi Park roof. And now, like 1 year later, we're like testing the material by somehow looking what's kind of like inside. And since 1 week, we know that these elements are actually only 6 centimeters thick, and we're kind of scared that this is not going to be enough. Let's see. The archaeology of the ordinary. More sustainable than the reuse of building parts is reusing buildings as buildings. For the competition, a big part of the site was squatted, and what was left was a big mess. We called our work, the architect, as an estimator. kind of analog to the job of an estimator in a secondhand store or in a recycling center who checks the material that people bring or go into houses that are left, and who have to like decide kind of like what can one keep, what can be fixed. So yeah, over like several rounds of like surveying and modeling, we got like a better sense of the spatial qualities, and we actually really started to appreciate the buildings inside that mess. And we realized that if we kind of like take off all the kind of like these roofs that were built in between to kind of like cover the whole site, this whole like messy conglomerate becomes like an ensemble of enjoyable buildings around the courtyard. So it's kind of urban archaeology, and so yeah, it's kind of an act of like taking off, like peeling layers away to somehow get to a place where we see architectural quality. And while designing, we were like really trying to like not kind of like bring in a new aesthetic, but like really work with what's there and kind of like only like add like windows or so where it's really needed for the functioning of the place. And so while deciding, we're always kind of favoring decisions that kind of look ordinary or don't look too designed. So we want an architecture of that is made for the daily use. The revealing of spatial quality is the driving force behind this way of doing architecture, and we believe that this architecture of like spatial quality is also the architecture that can accommodate changing uses. So it's more stable than the program. And this is my favorite building. It's like the Salmon Smokery. It has just by itself like so much spatial like richness. Then the Recycle Park. The promise of nobody leaves the party applies also for the landscape. So we don't only look at the structural elements on site, but we also look at less evident material on site. So, for example, the polluted soil present on site will be reused as well. In this drawing, we see how elements collected on site, like the concrete floor slabs of the hangars, are cut or broken in parts, displaced, recomposed, organized into a new, softer hardscape. And concrete rubble become like the streets where the cars drive in, and then kind of like on top enter that it's park roof. For the testing of the for the landscape, the focus was yes on this pollution of the soil, telling kind of a rich story of the industrial past. And the image on the left is like was during a Zoom call with like a big panel of like experts, and I was kind of like really trying to emphasize the importance of like having some trees in the courtyard, and the experts somehow took over the screen and was showing me these images to somehow like crush my dream. No, I mean the dream. We're still dreaming, or like we're still kind of finding strategies in making somehow the nature to reappear, and we want to somehow like open cracks or kind of like take away the cover to allow pioneer species to take over the site. So the recycled park comes with a different aesthetic, one that cherishes spontaneity and time. And this aesthetic research is also visible in the retaining walls. This is kind of like the heaviest intervention in the project. It is kind of like required for, we have to like shift quite a lot of the topography because it's kind of required that at the bottom the containers are placed, and then on top the people arrive and drop their material into the container. And this kind of like retaining wall, in a way, yeah, it shouldn't become like a separate, like an element that separates the site, but it should actually become kind of like a part of this landscape of broken concrete. Yeah, as mentioned already now twice in the in the day, we worked together with Maxence Canchon from EPFL, and yeah, he's kind of working on building walls with concrete rubble, also using like scanning technologies to somehow find configurations to use as little mortar as possible to build walls. Yeah, quite early on, or really from the start, we realized that this project has a big potential to become like a platform for research. So one thing we did in the competition, which was like an idea of a researcher who's a part of the team, Tiffen Abenia, to designate like 1% of the building budget for research. So we did that and handed that in the competition, and this budget is still available now, the extra program. By not destroying the buildings, the project comes with 1,000 square meter of additional program. And we find it like a really unique thing in this project that, in a way, what we do as architects in this project is the same thing what the visitors are going to be doing. It's going to be reuse and recycling. And in this sense, the project is a manifestation of the circular culture that Brussels is aiming for. And early in the project, we made this like overlay of the Lasinsk diagram onto the plot. And for the extra program, we said that we want uses that go beyond reuse, so they kind of like fall into the category on top of reuse. This is an image of a second-hand store outside of Brussels by Vitesse. And together with the client, we looked for partners for this additional program, and now Vitesse wants to open the first branch in the city of Brussels in this kind of like round corner building on our site. Visiting one of their branches, we were like really impressed by their care and at the same time pragmatism for material. The material gets like sorted, cleaned, kind of like completed. They're like putting together kind of like Lego sets, and then kind of like yeah, kind of like bagged and closed together, kind of closed with like a paper bag, yeah, a piece of paper bag cover to then somehow make a new product. And another program that we're trying to install is a neighborhood cafe in this small building on site. So we're currently kind of like reaching out and also getting reached by neighborhood initiatives, so that this place becomes kind of like an open, kind of an open site. And this is an image from the last AI series that somehow should show kind of the atmosphere that we're kind of like aiming for, so that this place becomes a place of material and social exchange. Capable structures, designing with time in mind, that's the second part of the presentation. Yeah, this notion of time is like really important to us, also beyond kind of like reuse. And it has been kind of like a focus that we had in the studio for quite a while. And the idea of the capable structure is that we're kind of aiming to build or find structures that have a robustness and kind of like a strong like identity that somehow can like function in the original purpose, but then also is like strong enough to is ready for adaptation. And by anticipating like change, capable structures can undergo transformation with like minimal effort, all while preserving the stability of the image and kind of like the collective imagination. And over time, the cultural value accumulates by such a long-term kind of structure and can inform new models of common interests and collective care. This was then also kind of like the topic or ambition of an ETH semester that we were teaching last spring, so that the students develop kind of like their own definition of what a capable structure is for them. And so the idea is not that we find like one, like the most capable structure, but somehow different definitions of capable structures. And in like a very experimental studio, the students would like somehow develop a prototype through experimentation of their capable structure. This exploration of the capable structure kind of originated for us in this project, the 500-year tower, which is a proposal for housing cooperation in Bern. The principle is like very simple in a way. It's just kind of like building only every third floor. There, the concrete ceiling is like 40 centimeters thick, so a bit thicker than normal. But it kind of like saves like more than 50% of the concrete. And then together with the engineer, we defined that if one is like using like galvanized reinforcement bars, this structure actually can last for 500 years. And to us somehow this was like, or still is like super interesting, because somehow it kind of like shifts this question of like, what does it mean if a building lasts 500 years? And we somehow realized that this building somehow becomes like much more kind of like a public infrastructure, or kind of like a common good. And the things that we're kind of like defining in the competition is not the apartments, but in a way kind of like the public and the semi-public spaces. So this is kind of showing the section and like the core with like many kind of like semi-public and public facilities. Yes, and instead of just building less and reusing more, we propose a new model of future-proof buildings focused on the separation of systems, structure and substructure, service, and inhabitation. And for us, this project is interesting because it's kind of like a technical innovation that's in a way it's like developed with an engineer, but then has like really strong kind of like social implications. So we think that such a building has like a time frame that is like uninteresting for like private investor, but the structure somehow becomes like an infrastructure, becomes like a public good. And the inhabitation also there, somehow one has to like somehow think of like ways of defining how this working together works. So it needs kind of like statutes. And in this sense, I'm kind of like back where I started with like the statutes of 10. We understand architecture as a collective act, and the authorship is kind of shifting away from like an individual like genius that at one point kind of like designed something, but we believe that the authorship lies kind of like everywhere. It lies in the material, it lies in all the actors involved, in the clients there, the clients that has been there and are going to come. It lies in the technology used, and it lies in time itself. Thank you very much.
Don't leave the party. We are just inviting more people to join the party, so please, speakers from the session, take your seats. Varvara, can I sit here? Yep. Yep. I just want to see the time. Yep. All right. Thank you for such a great lectures. Yeah, many thoughts. What I wanted maybe to begin with is also a bit reflecting on our last conversation we had online. It felt like it also maybe can seem that we have different kind of reuse examples, but I think with this panel our intention was actually to look at the aspect of time in your practice, and I feel like in each of these projects we see very even different strategies, what you're trying to achieve and how time is becoming a sort of constraint you are operating with, but also a resource. I wanted to begin from you, Varvara, because with the examples you showed, they are not only the affordable housing for the internally displaced people, but also what you're aiming is a bit of a long-term change. You want to establish a system for the affordable housing in Ukraine, and also can you share more about this longer perspective of the organization?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I think we have a little bit of a, late start, because talking about time, we had more time to look at our European colleagues and take your experience. So now we kind of know all the models, we learned everything from every country, and we're trying here and there to implement a bit of everybody's approach. So thank you for that. We're starting later, but we will succeed. Yeah, so, I mean, in terms of how we are trying to change the laws and legislations, yeah, I don't know. We're just, I'm an architect in this organization, sorry. I don't know how they do this. It's like takes a lot of advocation and a lot of work of my colleagues, and as I already said, I'm so happy that they also are architects, which in my opinion gives them all this humanitarian perspective and also understanding why this housing should better be repurposed houses rather than new modular structures or something, because they understand the value. And they're trying to push also this agenda into municipalities and the government. So I don't really know how they do it, but it's happening.
And then I would like to pass a question to Jakob. Also about maybe, can you elaborate on the urgencies and in your design, how you deal with this notion? Because with this project for Venice Architectural Pavilion, you really found like this little gap of time when you can really do a renovation and made it as a project. But also when we were speaking beforehand, you mentioned that you feel that European building culture is somehow you feel that it's really driven by the urgencies?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I remember what we were talking about and about what we have in common in European building culture, and urgency is of course what we have in common, but it turns out extremely differently. Just in a Danish setting, we haven't made that many projects. I think we have carried out, I don't know, 10 projects or something like that the past 5 years, a little less, but they don't look alike at all, because I think it's more of an approach or a method which shouldn't try to homogenize everything, but staying as close to the existing building stock as possible. And that has changed over the years. And when I look out to what other, how do you say it, other studios in Europe which we can relate to, I also see that they work in a manner which is it's quite similar to ours, but they are carrying it out way differently, and I think that's the way to go. We were talking about the Technical University of Denmark. We worked together with them when we were doing the Biennale project, as I mentioned, and in the beginning, it was really we were trying to find out ways where they could help us develop these methods. But what they were searching for, it was a new, like, universal way of building, like finding concrete, but with a little less emissions, and that would be perfect. But I don't think we will be able to do that, because we need to look at the local conditions and look at what we're having, instead of trying to find new universal implementable materials. Not only because it's just way more interesting. I think the level of architecture will rise if we understand the current conditions better and not trying to imply the same materials all over the place. And it's not some brilliant idea. It's the way we've been building for thousands of years, but it has changed rapidly since the Industrial Revolution. So it's nothing new. But we have a lot of new techniques available, and that we should try to find out how we can implement, so that we are not doing the same thing everywhere, but that we have the ability to be extremely precise, and speaking about time, more efficient. Because what we're doing, it's Nicholas, you were saying you don't say that you are innovative when you're speaking to different stakeholders, and because it takes so much time, all these developing these methods, and no one wants to pay for developing something which we don't know exactly what is. But unfortunately, that's what we find extremely interesting. Yeah, I don't know if that was an answer, but
yeah, and I mean, I just also want to link with the previous panel where we had let's see, a bit of a more systematic approach on, and just to see how it also translates then in the architectural project. And maybe you can also reflect how in the last 10 years the building culture was changing in Denmark. And also maybe it's influenced the way Søren Filman architects are working.
I think a lot of things has happened. I graduated 2018, and when I finished studying, it was still everyone wanted to go to these big offices, influenced by Dutch offices, big, of course, Effect, Kobe, all these offices. I was just telling someone I was teaching at the School of Architecture until a month ago. Nobody wants to go there anymore. So there's a change. Everyone is trying to find these smaller offices who are actually, I think everyone is willing to do change, but it's really difficult if you have a big machine, if you have 200 employees, which you need to pay money every month. It is difficult to make any changes, and legislation is, of course, extremely. It's one way to go, but as was also mentioned earlier, if you change the legislation, but the system is not ready to implement it, I don't know what will happen, if it will collapse or if we will just lie a little bit more, or I don't know. But I think in general, of course, this whole resource scarcity has changed our mindset a lot. But what we try to address is that this whole resource scarcity, if we instead look at the existing building stock, we have an abundance of materials so that you can make a staircase weighing, I don't know, 30 tons in a building. Because if we didn't reuse the elements, of course, it wouldn't be feasible in any ways at all. So it's also a creative driver for us. All these limitations makes us happier as architects, I think. And I think this is happening in Copenhagen, at least. I don't know what's going on exactly all over the world,
but maybe that could be an interesting question to look at, because I also have a feeling that many colleagues in Lithuania are complaining that there are lots of bureaucracy and it's getting even more. And maybe we can also speak about, for example, this life cycle assessment and what kind of also new bureaucratic procedures they will bring. But I wanted to direct the question then to Elise, and it feels that Brussels has really an empowered uncertainty that is allowing also for the designers to experiment a lot. But still, from your presentation, I felt that, as you were saying, you are becoming the like you see architect's role as a how you were saying the estimator, right? Where you are not making a one proposal, but you are using tools, a lot of digital tools to calculate various possibilities. You're still are bound to facts. But how you see this also, the building culture in Belgium. Also, you have the experience of Italian context as well.
Yeah, I have to say it's for sure a luxury to work to work in Brussels and to work in Belgium. I think in my whole career I had never worked on a new building like this circular Rabe is the first actually new building. It was always about transformations and reuses, and there are a lot of examples and that were set. So like there was a lot of like great work done by many other practices, of course, from Rotor on. And in general, I have the feeling that there's this culture of architects that are very active and also very activist. So they really kind of fight at any scale. They don't kind of discard small projects. They just really take it at heart and try to like go all the way. And maybe that's also, I don't know if it's a consequence or if there was the same kind of like, for sure, also strong attitude from the opposite side, because you feel that there is a flexibility in which like with the right support things can happen, and it is for sure great. And about maybe the shift in position and this question about the estimator, I don't know, I have to say the two projects are very different. They deal with materials in a very different way. And so if in the Statsatelier it's more about maybe being the curator, no? Like, so in this constant dialogue with the construction company, understanding what is collected and what is the potential use, like also sometimes discarding like material stocks that were sourced. The Resi Park is a completely different, let's say, almost more conceptual approach in which, like, because of this completely dense site, we took first the distance and we wanted to completely understand what was available. And in a way, it is also about, before maybe someone mentioned giving dignity and kind of like understanding that the banal, the ordinary, and also is collecting a certain memory, which is maybe not historical, is perhaps more about the technological knowledge, the specific periods, like, and this is also like the great advantage in Brussels. There is so much variation and so much availability. There's stocks that, for example, we're using from industrial, like hangars, to buildings from the 70s. And you see already the traces in all of this material that are somehow like still memories of how they were connected or produced or so.
And Fabian, how about you, also having experience working both in Swiss and Belgium context. What would you point out? What are the main differences, and yeah, maybe something that these two building cultures could learn from each other?
I often still, so I think when I'm working on the Reciproc project, that I'm kind of like halfway not believing that I'm like doing this, because like something like just goes like, it's kind of like this infinite kind of like research, quite different to like the practice that I was used to before. And I think at some point I found out that one kind of like difference is that in Switzerland it also has a big kind of like culture of competition, but the hand-ins are kind of like always kind of like a preliminary design, kind of like really detailed, kind of like what you hand in, and then somehow this is somehow it's not such an open process. So the process in Brussels to me seems like unique because it's openness, and what I once then somehow learned in a conversation with Adria from Baukunst is that in Brussels they don't do feasibility studies and then a competition, but they do kind of like competition, and this somehow figures out what you can do with that site. So it's in a way like in Switzerland you would for a Recipark competition already have like everything figured out, and you just somehow have to like then design it. But here, like this openness somehow really led of like you have like this like plan of the logistics of the traffic, and then you don't even really have a brief from the client. He at some point sends you have a brief or kind of like the program of the last Recipark they built, and that's kind of like what you get. And then you start, and then you make like this kind of like you hand in not like detailed like plans, but somehow a booklet that somehow tells like a really convincing story, and that somehow then sticks. And yeah, to me this is still like really special, and it really feels like it is a different culture.
And now I want to ask more about how you work with what is inherited, and what is your approach, but also maybe in relation with time, and even maybe aesthetical decisions you take. Varvara, we were also discussing this a bit, that the patina is not the people are usually what they're looking for in your projects.
Yeah. What I was talking about, how I imagine this therapeutic design or whatever I kind of think we're doing, is that these people we're working for, we kind of speak to them, we ask them what they like, we're friends with them, we're also part of sometimes their families, or I mean, like I'm also coming from occupied territories, so I kind of think that I can understand what people like, coming from their own houses to somewhere new. And when we take into consideration that for like 4 years they've been in some temporary, very old, very underdeveloped, not renovated housing, and then we think, of course, yeah, we have this old building with gorgeous, I don't know, we would say it's gorgeous because we're like 30 years hipsters, and we just think, oh, it's old and it's so pretty. No, these people are, they don't like, they want everything new, everything IKEA, everything, even if it's like cheap IKEA mirror, I would rather give them cheap, new, brand new IKEA mirror because it would be better for their psychological health than old Swedish mirror or something that our partners very happy like sent us, and we were happy to receive it, and it's nice, they're actually nice, but they have history. And in our context, I think I would really love to, it's where I can, of course we preserve. Of course we really love to preserve, but in common spaces maybe, somewhere where it doesn't touch a person that much, not in their bedroom or something. So maybe outside, maybe somewhere else in the building, but inside their own rooms, where I really try to do it like new blank canvas, and somehow I think it works. So we have to sacrifice, I suppose.
Yeah, and then maybe a question for Jakob, how you treat the existing materials. And we saw in your presentation that you also invite many researchers who are doing these evaluations. But really, maybe can you share your method on or philosophy on working with inherited?
Yes, I think in general, because now we're looking at these projects, but to be honest, it's also quite elitist projects. It's not for everyone, and we also tear down houses, build new houses, and that's happening extremely much. And that's also what we're up against in Danish society, and we need to show other ways of doing it. And I think architecture can be extremely elitist, and our buildings tend to be as well, but what we've found out is that we call it somehow an aesthetics of recognition. When people, it's some kind of, not this modernist structural clarity, but when you can see where things originate from, when you can see the small traces, when you can see that the slab has turned into a stair, or the acoustic ceiling panel has a new position, people tend to understand it in a way, and they think, okay, this is approachable. I might not even like how it looks, but I get it. I understand why it is looking like this, and I think there's a potential in that. So we're always searching for these to somehow make it recognizable where things are coming from, if they come from the building, but also how they've been processed. For example, the lignin wooden boards. In general, we want to standardize everything. And the boards, they are so beautiful when you can still see the black lignin on top. And I think these small things, we are searching for them. When we visited the wood manufacturer, they showed us how they use AI to discard boards which are not, which have like small flaws, and they are extremely beautiful, but they can't sell them. And I think this is what we are up against. But by trying to tell people why things are looking like that, I think that's how to approach it, because if we are to change anything, we need to like gain a broader audience than what we have at the moment. And I think the project, the Toravej project, people are so surprised when they get into the building, and they're like, wow, how did you do this? And they can see where it looks. They know the appearance of the building from the outside. There are tons of them in Denmark, but by actually doing very little, you can make extremely big changes. But by making them legible how they are made, I think people tend to understand it, even though they think it's a little bit too rough or too cold or too weird, and it is also a little bit weird. But we are searching for a little bit of weirdness, and we call it, playful potentials. We try to have a good time when we're working, not only solving problems, but also like being inspired by the where the projects leads us.
And talking about the potential, I also wanted to ask both Alice and you, Fabian, about these, as they're called, intelligent ruins. How you see this contradiction of architects trying to design an afterlife of the building, where we don't have actually an influence to really foresee the future function of it.
I think one part that to me is like fascinating in this way of like this what is it, intelligent ruin, or I guess to a certain degree it's connected to this what we call capable structures. It's this kind of like notion that like a structure can somehow like have a strength in its kind of like appearance, so that it has like a strong identity that in a way one can like one can imagine that it can have one use, but it can also have a different use. But somehow the structure is like somehow the thing that somehow stays and kind of like collects kind of like this like collective memory. And I think that's in a way also kind of like what I guess is kind of like a part of like the appeal of a ruin, that in a way, yeah, it's like this thing that you identify with. So I think that's a nice part.
And what is your approach to designing this uncertainty and not knowing the afterlife of the building, even maybe when it's being designed at the moment?
This is about. Okay, sorry. I think it's about leaving openness, like in general, not trying to conclude, and it's also a bit about then positioning yourself as an architect a bit, as we were saying also before, in a different role, no? That is maybe also about deciding that is not important to design, and is maybe about reprogrammation or rewriting the narrative sometimes. So I think it's also like, yeah, I don't know, maybe directing this kind of story and leaving openness and creating like maybe a support for like, yeah, time to continue and to evolve. It also depends a lot, obviously, like, yeah, I mean, of course, we can talk about, in the case of our 3 projects, we were discussing before also, like, how they were dealing with time, no? Like, is it about anticipating this capable structure that can absorb any possible future, like, life and scenarios? Is it about this, in the Resi Park, there are 2 ways of kind of, it's a sort of actualization, so it has to do with the present, this transformation of the project into something that is open for this program, but is also not closing any possible future. So in a way, the industrial laws are putting just simply like revealed once more, and the roof is collecting temporarily all the materials on site, and possibly in the future it could either evolve as a building, that can become the structure, the facade of a future building, or be dismantled again and, I don't know, become another type of structure. I think this is something we reflect very often in how to design something that is very precise and very specific, and of course, like also like great for the neighborhood, for the collective that really kind of like also supports this activation, and at the same time open.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you for very inspiring presentations, and really your ways of working. They're also giving a hope that yeah, the architect profession is also very multifaceted, and there are many ways of how we can intervene. And I think also in our closing session we will reflect on that as well. So once again, thank you for our great speakers. And we are going for a short coffee break, and looking forward to see you here at 5. So, welcome back. We are closing our event, conference Building with Time, with a keynote lecture by the Saskia van Stein. Saskia is General and Artistic Director of International Architecture Biennale Rotterdam and co-head of Critical Inquiry Lab at Eindhoven Design Academy. And in her lecture, Saskia will reflect on the latest Biennale in Rotterdam theme. It's about time. So it's very timely for us to close this event with her reflections and the broader questions of how the perception of time in design is changing the way we as architects, urban planners and designers work. So Saskia, I warmly welcome you on stage. Yeah, let's give a warm applause.
Thank you so much to you and the team and the technical team. It's a great honor to be here. I also want to give a shout out to all my friends who have ended Ramadan. Eid Mubarak to you. I am here indeed to speak about what I do. And the question was to speak about an exhibition, and I thought, let me up the games a little bit. I have 3 chapters in my talk, which talks about the exhibition, which talks about maybe some general reflections on temporality, and as I'm also here as the ambassador of maybe Dutch architecture, I thought to bring you some trends so you feel what's going on, and it is actually this question of time that let me reflect on we are time, we live, we die, we are circular beings. And for those of you who do not know, our cells die, some faster than others, so we ourselves are changed. In 7 years, our cellular structure is entirely anew. So even if you're risk averse and you don't like change, you are changing as you sit here. Just let's let that sink in. So, I like moderating. It's my way to be a voyeur, to speak to others, to understand their thinking. As mentioned, I also like educating, although I found it a huge responsibility to reflect on what are the tools that young designers would need in such a precarious future. And maybe, let's say, curiosity is a vehicle to prepare to a certain extent. My guilty pleasure is researching Disney, because I believe we need new narratives, new storytelling. For those of you who do not know, the original Walt was an ambulance driver in northern France during First World War, and it is my belief that he took some of the ideas of the old continent in order to build the construct that we now know as the Walt Disney Company. I stand here before you as proud director, 4th, going on 5th year. It feels like 2 weeks or 10 years, I do not know. What we do is produce research, and with this research we actually sort of hold our biennales. Our next one is in September, so we are totally immersed in the conceptual phase at the moment. And in that way, actually, the biennale is not so much a means to an end, but a sort of agenda that we aim to set. Systems of support is the next one. Connecting this research to representation is what we do. These are some of the topics we have talked about over the last years, and Nature of Hope was actually the last one. Reflecting on hope, I would nearly say as a verb, something that we need to activate. We're a network organization, and reflecting on time, I thought it would be good to place ourselves into the scheme, let's say a cosmology of forces. I'll talk about architecture, don't worry, but just to set the tone. Obviously, you know, the planet is 4.5 and a bit billion years old, and we humans have been around for about 200 to 300,000 years. So what does that mean? You know, are we part of the problem or not? To put it into perspective, this is obviously our planet, and we have been, in relation to the age of our planet, 3 seconds on the planet. Just to put again into perspective. It's about time. I speak about we, but I stand before you, but these were the people that actually were doing the work together with our team back home. You're looking at Mr. Dirk Loorbach. He is a transition academic. That means that he looks into deep time and extrapolates into possible futures. And this is a science, which I did not know. And I thought, in essence, he is studying change. And to me, change somehow is a synonym with the future. So I thought, let me invite two architecture historians. So that would be Veronique Pateo and Lea Katrin Schatzka, to maybe take that history into the future. And I thought the future is really rooted. The word radical is from the radix, so we need to, I think, reroute. Hence, Peter, over there, Peter Veenstra of Lola Landscapes. Okay, time is urgency. The two time urgency I think, see this every day is, of course, the lack of biodiversity, hence food, and so on and so forth, and a heating planet. I'll get to that in a second. But I personally also feel that we are, let's say, we have to question the culture that we have built with each other. And when I say the culture that we have built, I do not only mean this guilt narrative that we are part of 40% of the emission of the CO2 and what have you. Because if we put time in a horizon, then maybe we should think about these different temporalities. But about the exhibition, I think how we look at the world, the framing is as important as, let's say, professionals, but also as just people. This image is the first image that was taken in the early 60s. This is the second one, the first view of the Earth. So we have to maybe zoom out in order to look back at ourselves and then understand the full picture. So this image was taken upside down, which I always find a very fascinating given, because in space everything is possibly upside down, but they turned it around because they were afraid people would not recognize the Earth if Africa was not this way it's centered. But I'll let that into those interested in cartography. So this Apollo image, Apollo the 17th December 67, this was the moment where for the first time we understood the globe, the planetary as a whole, as a system. I'll get to that in a second. And believe it or not, it was exactly industrials, this whole Club of Rome, this is where I'm heading, Limits to Growth, the publication, which you'll see in a second, was in fact through the awareness that the planet could not keep on growing. And it was actually sponsored by Volkswagen. And the leading industrialists asked the leading academics here at MIT to think through what it would mean to come up with some sort of large world model. And this is what it looked like. It started out with a napkin drawing, as all good ideas start out with a napkin drawing. Sorry, you can't really see, but from that they extrapolated the domains that they wanted to investigate. So food per capita, natural resources, which we've had extremely inspiring talks about, pollution, maybe a word we don't speak, we now call it toxic, either floor, air, water, air, what have you. Population, well, we're still on the rise, and industrial output. Well, you can see where we are at now, and all of that led to this particular book. 30 million were sold, 5 million of which in the Netherlands. So I find that a very interesting coincidence that this Limits to Growth, planetary boundaries, was really at the heart of the political decisions of the social democracy of the Netherlands in the early 70s. So what we did with the exhibition was to actually reflect. Their prognosis was 100 years forward. Where are we in the year 22? Halfway with their idea of where will we go as a planet. So I don't know if, fantastic, thank you so much. Is there something?
1940, it starts to take off. Here we are at 1980.
Okay, well, I'll just do an
up to the turn
Australian
of the century,
accent saying, look at this computer projection. I found two things. First of all, they had a young woman coding. Thank you. I'll just keep on going, but if you are interested in this kind of thinking, please look it up. It's just Limits to Growth, Australian journalist explaining actually what the computer predicted. And this is totally a gut feeling, but I have an idea that, mind you, 72, I mean, I'm of the generation, let's say, not born digital. I remember my first computer, 1994, I think. So this was 72. There was a computer as large as this room that actually made these predictions. So I think that the traction could have been that people really didn't believe that this computer could, in fact, give this prognosis. But obviously it did. This was also the year where the first Earth Day, so celebrating this different temporalities. Obviously also Greenpeace was funded, so this was a very tumultuous time. And one I find very inspirational that, come to think of today, is that the first solar panels here on the White House. And after Carter left, Reagan entered the building, and obviously not the Rose Garden, but this case the solar panels were kicked off, and the new narrative of green economy was introduced. In terms of legislation, these are, let's say, all the legislative apparatus we have had, but somehow it's not doing the trick. However, talking about system or large-scale changes, it can be done. For those of you who, like me, had their coming of age in the 80s, remember that one of the things that we were very much concerned about was this hole in the ozone layer, which brings me to this question of how to frame a problem. I thought it was a brilliant way to, let's say, stress urgency. Ozone hole doesn't sound too good, even if you're not a scientifically driven person. But it declined just by planetary legislation, so you can see actually how the hole is closing. Okay. We really believe also in the UN Sustainable Goals, but we believe in a sort of hierarchy, hence the wedding cake. So really take the biosphere as the reference point. Jumping to the exhibition, all my good ideas start in the shower, and I had this moment of, I really believe in the symbolics of space, so I thought, what would be a good venue? And then I cycled past this beautiful Ruinesque gas holder. So this is where natural gas was held. I'm sure you have them here, maybe in different sizes or shapes. Usually the top has a part that can actually expand. This particular building had been in a Ruinesque state of 20 years. So what we actually did was open it up, and from that moment we started working with the team, and this is actually also where I should mention Alice, who was there, part of the team, together with Richard, thank you, I was the Robert or Richard, where we asked them to, can you design a scenography that is actually in and of itself that has nearly zero footprint? Can we use materials that we borrow? And usually what happens in scenography is that we become part of the problem. I think Jakob also said that about the Venice Biennale, where we schlep all that material into it. So the backbone of the exhibition is these 50 years that I try to sort of sketch out. So each year had the most important political decisions, architectural experimentation, pop culture. And what you see actually here is an installation by Monadnock. That is, of course, like a sand clock hinting at that we should stop. So this is the Pharaoh, the little thing you just saw 2 seconds ago, right? So just to put it in perspective, this is what we demolish in the Netherlands. So giving you a sense, all the material is related to agricultural production. So the heat shields the sand. We could go on and on, but you see here that actually the building becomes a protagonist of the story that we are trying to tell. Here you see the same video that I showed a second ago. Okay. People are maybe not so prone to change at the moment, but I believe that it's no surprise that we are absolutely in the center of this systemic change. And the people we heard today, and maybe your own practices, are the front runners. Or I like the idea of this, well, maybe the Kenneth Frampton towards a critical regionalism, where he says the avant-garde is no longer an avant-garde, it's an arrière-garde, which translates into the gatekeepers of some kind of civilization So the institutional decline, this is all based on the theory of Professor Dr. Dirk Loorbach, the X-curve. So one system is in breakdown and the other is accelerating, yet not there. And that translates into this kind of polycrisis where architecture is, well, as humans we're part of all, but as professionals we are questioning, I would say, a little bit where to situate all of this. In the Netherlands, the nitrogen is a large problem because we are the second largest exporter of food after the US, which is, and you know, we're like a stamp on the map. We're very small. And what we did was bring all sorts of stakeholders together. People could really, you know, situate where they were standing. Are you uncomfortable with the changes ahead, or so here you see Dirk actually sort of, you know, laying it down. This was a beautiful aspect at the core of the exhibition. Then we had three positions. The accelerator. The accelerator takes on the challenges. This is a very popular model in the Netherlands because we think we can solve everything with technology. I think it's deeply rooted in the fact that we won over the sea. So living below sea level has given us this idea with smart technology we can save ourselves. So, but it did accumulate into all sorts of beautiful installations. Each chapter had a core installation. In this specific project on synthetic cultures by 2050 looked at the future of in vitro meat production. So this idea of GMOs, how we produce what we eat. I'm just going to run through because one of the challenges that I thought is like do Instagram style speed. And then to end up saying, let's slow down at the bar. Accelerator. This is a beautiful, I think he calls it Tupperware architecture himself. So you just basically place it on to, in this particular case, the climate house really is like a little machine in working, for instance, with all different flows in a very productive manner. I heard somebody already say EU taxonomy. You know, what will we do with our grey water systems? Can we literally use the same material differently? Material capacity here, the marble is kept wet, getting the temperatures down with at least 3 degrees. But also people looking into patents. Can we change the patents and how we work? Okay, I'm just running through. The activist, short term, usually community driven, usually particular kind of material aesthetics. It's fast, it's affordable, it's lightweight, it has a short temporality, it has this circularity. But of course also activates, that's the most important part, the social, the citizenship. One that I really, really love is this particular project, which is by Encore Heureux, which translates as I'm still happy. He is now a baker, if I'm well informed, so he left architecture for what it was. But this is all energies of repair, talks with the local community in the banlieue of Paris. The outside shell is all the worries, the inside shell is all the potential. This is a project by Ooze in the favelas, self-initiated and working with water streams and cleaning. I think, is this a rotor, the one in the back? No. Well, we also had rotor, obviously. And then, of course, the activist architect who literally builds informal architectures, in this case to sort of stop the highly extractive essence, because I'll get to that again. I think one of the things we need to talk about is that we keep or we hide how much matter we bring from A to B. And I recall speaking to the lead architect of the Bilbao Guggenheim, who was proudly saying that the titanium shell of the building went around the globe 3.5 times from the source to the facade. Well, maybe that's not the way to go. And I don't mean harm to anyone, but I do think we need to open up to these conversations. The ancestor, well, obviously builds for the long term. There's this notion of cathedral thinking. I was visiting your beautiful city earlier, and I see some of that thinking where the buildings are really built to last. So as an architect, can we have the responsibility to look forward 7 generations and back 7 generations? What would that entail? How do we work? What skills do we need? Can we, in this particular case, I saw some examples also of the rammed earth, Berlin-based and Mumbai-based Anna Unapumakundu worked with the wall house. You can't really tell, but what we did actually was build the pavilion with students of the Academy of Rotterdam. And you can see, well, maybe you can't really see, but they get better towards the end. So they rammed the earth and they built it. I have a little clip of it, I think. We were honored to have the material collection showing literally what kind of, not only aesthetic, but material qualities. Yeah, here you see them going at it. It was just to also say that I think it matters how you make your exhibitions, right? So that you collaborate. Ancestral knowledge is also about maybe looking back. For instance, this is a climate-zoned house that really just works with air. 43% of the housing costs in the Netherlands is the installation. And then you can't open a window. So there is something going on there that if we just, learn to live a little bit with the elements, and of course also with other ancestors. So this is a pavilion by Osidiana. And maybe also, try to question notions of difference in day and night. I'm just, as many temporalities as I can throw in, I'll throw in. Opening, fantastic book, sold out, but there's one copy in the library now. What I wanted to bring across is that I think that what we're up against at the moment is actually looking forward by looking backward, and we forced everyone to sort of choose between the activist, the accelerator, or the ancestor, but I believe we are all. Yesterday I was reading an article that we have even the genes to a certain extent of the DNA, I don't know really how it works, of our ancestors. Well, I won't get into psychology too much, but this non-linearity, however, moving through different temporalities. So the book, just some slides, solar experiments here. Do you see this? This is like an experiment just after Second World War. Often these experiments or innovations are rooted also in military complex. I'll leave it at that. An emerging ecological awareness. So this already, we all talk about the 70s in the Netherlands, but already in the 60s we see, of course, how these things change. I'm speaking superbly from the Western context, just to notify that. So these experimentations are things that we can look at in moving forward. As said, popular culture, the no-gas, balloon architecture. It was all tested with all different results. Okay, that's one part. I think this is Greta Thunberg avant la lettre. Climate zoning, building for the non-human, the awareness, just moving through space here. Yeah, and of course, Foster. Okay, I'll keep it at that. So the short time crises that we're in at the moment actually also bring, let's say, different dimensions. So how we as humans are relating to our environment, I think, and the urgencies we can't ignore anymore. So what will we do as architects? We saw an amazing set of really beautiful ways of moving forward, but here are some hints what you can do. And it's funny that I have 180 slides and then I tell all of you to take time. But I think this thinking radical, act pragmatic, there's something that in the pause I was talking to Kristiaan Borret about how our field is somehow still nearly kidnapped by a certain sense of ideology. And sometimes maybe we should be just a bit more pragmatic. But you can, I already talked about root locally, resonate locally. Okay, fast forward. This one's already showed, so I will not go again, but bringing it back to maybe some questions of complexity when it gets a bit closer to, so I'm now going to the second part of my talk. What are we up against when it comes to our cities? And one of the things that I wanted to point out is not only the complexity of all of this, but also maybe the economy of all of this. So if, and I'm unfortunately not very known in the Lithuanian context, but at least in our neck of the woods, as we would say, the economy is very prevalent, and I think we sort of feel that we are shifting in a world order where, of course, the US is no longer in charge, but countries like China and India are. And it is very interesting to see that China has already, over the last decades, invested heavily in renewable energies, and that is, of course, for a reason. So I think we need to think through capital and how it is accumulated and how it sits, where it sits, and not is redistributed evenly. This is, of course, the Piketty point that was already made. Is the donut economy the next step? I do not know. I think there are some very interesting ways to think about it, but I personally think that the social and the ecological ceiling should be twisted, that we should want to take care of our planet. But I'll just leave it out there. Like, is the planet or are we at risk here? I think a bit more we than the planet. Because, of course, this overshoot day, we are consuming too much. Looking at the Draghi report, I don't know, anybody read it? Anybody interested in it? We should be, because, of course, the project hints at, again, are we productive enough? Or is this notion of innovation that the word we don't mention anymore in our presentations as architects, which I think is great, but the idea of this productivity, hence also AI lingering around the corner, and a green future-proof perspective is something that I think we need to get our act together and work on it. And I like to orient myself on risk management, like what are the topics that they are dealing with, because they usually have a good feel for what is coming. So I look into portfolios of large pension funds or insurance companies, and here you see their risk map, which was sourced by the World Economic Forum. And of course, what you see is that there's this fear of social polarization and economic downturn. These are the biggest in our country. That leads up to this reality. So sort of outsourcing real problems and stipulating, in this particular case, stigmatizing other humans that is actually lacking imaginaries or future perspectives. And that would actually translate in our discipline the sort of complaint that form follows finance. It is something I can't hear anymore. Yes, we've been reduced to the facade. We've been reduced to what we call VO, like a preliminary design. But how can we then understand the system that we are engulfed in as designers, architects, and thinkers? Oh, I'm not trained as an architect, so just forgive me my gaze from outside, let's say. But this financialization is, of course, something that we should look into and somehow try to understand. It is, of course, for a reason that there's buildings on banknotes. We are very tightly knit with capital, with zeitgeist. I know that this is no longer but I thought, let me look up a nostalgic image for the local audience. But the awareness that your house makes more money than you will is, of course, extremely depressing. So global capital and the Dow Jones are, of course, and architecture skylines are related. And it was already mentioned, this modern invention of the architect since the Industrial Revolution. So this is a work of Mold architect. Architecture is Climate. They have a beautiful little booklet out now, so if you're interested in this kind of rhetoric. And what you see here is the CO2 production, basically in 120, 150 years. And this Gengsian map is the things we do not talk about in architecture. So how are we embedded in policy, in economy, resources, land, infrastructure, knowledge, culture, and labor? And these, of course, are things we need to confront. And I see, again, I'm preaching to the already converted because all of you are doing incredible work, and I'm very humbled to be in your presence. But this is the kind of thing we need to talk about, and this is what it results in. And this is actually where our heat, it's actually the human body can no longer live in these conditions. So that will, it's called the wet bulb theory, which it's not a nice word, but it actually deals with the fact that our cells cannot handle the heat. So you will get huge migration flows in a time that we are all quite challenged by just seeing the other as another version of yourselves, and that there is nowhere in the world a legal status for people that are climate migrants. So there's no jurisdictional basis for all of this. And this climate will, in fact, change. In our case, in the Netherlands, we're dealing with a lot of, it was actually also in Paola's presentation, we have too much water, too little water, and what we then call the cluster rains. But I also thought about temporality, that it is interesting to think about that the biological mass, so we humans in these few thousand decades that we've been here, we've superseded with our technological sphere, the biobacterial mass. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but so we have touched so many things that is heavier than the material mass of the earth and all the biological living beings. Well, to me, this is mind-blowing. And it, of course, talks about how we have organized ourselves in the food chain of events. So this Vitruvian figure is at the center, and I think this is part of the problem, because it's a particular kind of person in a particular kind of context that is at the center. So we need to change how we perceive ourselves, not on top of the food chain, but in relation to ourselves. I don't have the answers, but I do know that 100% for sure we need to save this biodiversity. And I believe we can do so with imagination. We need to break out of our bubbles, and this, of course, a Dürer. We need imaginaries, otherwise the fear-mongerers will win. And this imagination is about, indeed, showing inspiring stories, creating good public spaces. And one other Dürer that was in Nature of Hope that I wanted to point out is that old ideas are still relevant. And this is the first drawing that is made in a perspective of, it's still not clear, is it a rabbit or a cow? But it is actually the perspective, shifting the perspective from the human to the animal. And I find it very beautiful that Dürer also drew in the root system. It's just to say that, again, some hints are out there. Because with misinformation, and this is a poster of an exhibition I did, Digital Dilemma, and we literally asked, people had us asking where they could purchase this circular iPad, which obviously does not exist. It was mentioned in multiple presentations already, this idea of proximity and distance, that we extract, what will that bring? I find that extremely challenging. Maybe question a little bit our software. I don't know, somebody, I think it was Jakob who said, correct me if I'm wrong, that he scratched the borders of the Rhino software. So I think we obviously can question all these things, because in the Dutch context, the E in sustainability is now actually an electrification strategy, which is still dealing, the transition to a just less fossil fuel economy is dealing with electricity, and electricity is actually also very resource-based. So just to put it out there, well, we just need new answers. So I believe that the new territory, I'm not the only one stating that, but the gold of the 22nd century is, of course, water, sweet water, because we are, like time, we are also water. Again, I think certain patterns from our colonial perspective are being repeated as such. So how can we give some rights to nature? Apparently, nature, we have to protect nature from ourselves. And this is something that I think we need to question, because we are also part of that conversation. That talks a little bit also about maybe the signature of the architects. For those who don't recognize it, it's Sir Norman Foster. The idea of authorship, the idea of the role of the architect, the role of how to relate to others. In those 150 years, I think we've created a person that somehow wants to hover above, but we're in the things, and I hope that we can embrace that, because if we don't, I think we will be marginalized, and I don't say that lightly. I love the profession of the architecture, and I followed it for the last 25 years, but this idea of, in at least the Dutch context, how the market is taken over, and also not the market is one person, they're all awful, but there is a certain practicality or pragmatism that now AI is the new darling, and I was happy to see some of the presentations that were also sort of tinkering with that question. But when architects start writing architecture manifestos that are called Architecture Against Architecture, then you know that, as we say in Dutch, it's 5 minutes to 12, and it's actually dealing very much with this, let's say, singular author, genius architect. So the idea of transdisciplinarity, for instance, how to collaborate. I personally believe that if you're very good in one discipline, you can reach that depth in conversations with others. And one of the things we definitely have to do is stop, let's say, incentivizing one particular aspect of energy, because so much we talked a lot about matter today, but I think matter and energy are what makes us tick. And these are some of the, I would say, this bottom line we've been talking a lot about, you know, this idea of stewardship, regeneration. So when we build with wood, well, actually, I'll share that. Getting to the crux of the problem. In the Dutch context, so ground is finite, like literally, and the ground prices are going up. What is also going up is the material costs per square meter, and it was also mentioned earlier, labor costs are also going up. And you see here, of course, whenever there's an full-scale invasion or a war, that this is all one big system that correlates with each other. I already talked about the labor part. In the Dutch context, let me see if, oh no, one back. It's easier or it is actually more revenue to, so we have the ground, we have the longevity of the building, so that is the how to calculate your return on investment, and it is easier actually to demolish a building and rebuild it, that is cheaper than it is to actually totally transform a building. But we can technically, as we've seen earlier today. So I'm very much tinkering with this question, how can we in fact somehow create the awareness that if we invest better in our buildings, and our buildings should last 500 years, as we've just been told, then the investment can, of course, be very, very different. I hope that's clear. So there's the ground, finite, temporality, return on investment. And I am actually hoping that the EU taxonomy that was mentioned, that we can really start to bring that money forward. So just to very quickly phrase it, in 2050, what is your asset, your architecture worth in terms of embodied CO2, and how can we bring that money in the here and now to build better? So, okay, last part, really running through, doing okay for time. We're still here, nearly gone, but 10 minutes, then we're outside with some oxygen. Chronos. So the idea of, you know, like, are you a clock, or are you somebody who has their own biological rhythm? I think this is something that we are also still excavating, or this is a drawing that I love very much by my friend Arjen de Leeuw, who of course has year rings on a watch, and this how to understand different temporalities also within ourselves and in our practice is what we're up against. And that's why I love, and I said yes to the invitation to come here. So I believe that the future is radically decentralized and redistributed. I just want to believe in it. As I mentioned, trends and tendencies are also part of, let me see if I get this working. It's supposed to do something. Yeah, there we go. So I'm here also as the Dutch, let's say, I don't believe in the nation state, so maybe ambassador is not the, just bringing my context to you. I think that's maybe then the way to go. So, as I'm sure you've heard, the Dutch have been very, very good in, let's say, multiple scales of spatial planning and architecture. But what has happened over the last 20 years is that the laissez-faire capitalism has actually sort of opened up a field. And again, I'm not solely blaming the market here, but I do believe that we need really good governance. And good governance is just really providing the space for the right kind of questions to be addressed. And one of the things that I've been seeing in my work, and this is an image by Zus, is actually that we see that all of this is, of course, related. However, we've organized our political systems in silos. That poses questions. So how do we make sure that the Minister of Water and Agriculture talks to the non-existent Minister of Soil, for instance? So our king is questioning how. Okay, to the imagery. Not all of this is circular design, just flagging it. But I just thought to bring some kind of, right, trends are also temporal. What we see in the Netherlands is, after 25 years, a re-appreciation of social housing, ornamentation and color, so that things can actually give people a dignified life. I'm just going to run through very, very quickly. What we see is a reappreciation of the brick. That is our, let's say, vernacular, local material. Bricks are no longer used because it's considered too expensive, and it's labor intensive, material intensive, energy intensive, but I find this brick column such a beautiful element, but it also asks of craft. We see new sets of ownership. So this is a common, I see I typed too fast, common ownership. So a group of people just find an architect and they don't work with the developer anymore. So this idea of a common ownership, it talks about how to take care, how to think through diversity and sustainability. And these people actually, they pay rent and they have a little sum that they put in, and you just don't become owner, but you have a really beautiful communal life. The best of the privacy was also in one of the previous presentations, that we have the privacy but also the common. I see a lot of research in material systems, really going to the root of things and sharing it also. So this is, of course, was presented yesterday. I received a text message by Liminal and Studio Zon, and they looked at all the different properties of, the book is really thick, of different stone, and what you can do with it. So look it up. Well, rammed earth was already mentioned, so towards this bio-based material circularity that comes with a particular kind of aesthetic, which I also find beautiful. Well, we can talk about it, vernacular or not, but this is actually, it is not a building. It is an insect and bird house. And yes, there's also a part where people can convene. But this is another Dutch-rooted flax coating. But what we see is that these are then put into a new kind of modern aesthetic. So these thatched roofs are older. Many of our farms have that. But then this little beautiful braiding, looking like a very straightforward house here in Nijmegen, towards the German border. But it is actually also a sort of a machine for birds, for insects. Sava, I think this is one building that comes very close to really questioning what is circularity, because the architect, first of all, he became not only the architect, but also the project developer, and then set himself a cap on his own profit. So he need 5% profit, the other 4% he put back into the building. So for more green urban spaces, there's one module in this housing block that actually provides housing for if you have your parents over, so you can, it's a communal house. It enhances biodiversity, connects to the landscape. When I think about, and it actually also reintroduces social housing, when we think about building with CLT, my dream scenario, so that's the compressed timber that I'm sure you all know of. My dream scenario would be is that you have to actually also replant the trees. And this is also not a new idea. Often next to a church, you see a little wood. And this was already our ancestors knowing, that roof, in 200 years, maybe it will catch fire or collapse. The wood is there, on site, produced. So that's said. That comes with the interior, as said, a lot of skilling. In this particular case, just fabric. The interior is really revisited at the moment. Nearly exterior elements are being brought in. This point I already made on the CLT and all the technological devices. This is the new kid in town. I'm from Rotterdam, the second largest harbor in the world, and I'm guessing that the Migrant Museum made it all the way here. This is my office that actually reused a very large building. So the building you can see here, but just by, it's a very complex element, as you can tell. Adding that one, it's still now an icon, but not in the traditional sense. Looking at industrial, utilitarian, maybe even changing our legislation in order to, in this particular case, a school. Use the rooftops, a project by Zeus. One last trend that I want to mention is that, or going towards the end, here we see the designer, developer, and builder. So in order to contain all the different elements, not being so dependent on others. What we see a lot of landscape architects do is actually also design the subterranean. So in this case, the tidal park. It's a park, but also the subterranean is designed for an ecosystem of sorts. Designing with plants. Well, I saw some beautiful, to clean actually the soil. This is another of the cooperative dwellings. Here, actually, even the people harvested the material themselves. So this idea of form follows material just became radically introduced. Finally, we see a little bit of refurbishment in our heritage. I just said that we are very much known for demolish and rebuild because that's where the capital sits. There's a new functionalism at rise, so sort of neutrality, that a building can become multiple things. In our case, of course, a bicycle shed. Move towards the water. The biggest problem with building on water is that ownership models and our, I'm not looking for the word, you go to the bank, mortgages, thank you, the mortgage is situated on land. So there's no ownership models yet for living on the water, which is, I think, a very interesting, let's say, complexity. One big thing that has happened in the Netherlands, you know us from this kind of rationalized landscapes, if you fly over, is that we've started to connect with, by law, soil and water in the lead. That means that we have to now take into the consideration what is underneath the geological strata of our, where we stand, in order to not create a machine, but create and design with the flows. Okay, literally my last 3 slides are to talk about our profession is still very, very male. And the conversation has started about giving female architects, or those who identify as others, more visibility and also make sure that they stay in the practice. So we see a younger generation really organizing different business models in order to facilitate just different temporalities. So I think the ghost of the Super Dutch was, you make 80 hours a week, fine, all good. I think that way of working is something we need to question for ourselves. And that also talks about how we think through our archival material. So what do we remember? And I think talking about younger generations, we see that they are organizing themselves better. This is the Econ group who did a little manifestation in Venice. Another fairly young office looking into carbon-based analyses. And what you see, of course, and this point I made earlier, is that we maybe need to shift a little bit the behavior of all of us, and not only, let's say, look at architecture, but how can we connect in a smart way and densify, for instance, our inner cities instead of creating this endless sprawl. My last 2 slides, this is somebody I also admire quite a bit, Sanne van Manen. She is looking into understanding the existing fabric as a tool for a future housing of, in our case, we're a country of nearly 18 million people, so very small, but we have 1 million houses short. Our property became worth 5 times as much in the last 2 decades. So just a young person needs to put down 400,000 euros in order to get their first house of 50 square meters, which is ridiculous. So these are methods to see, like, can we top up, can we reconnect, can we partialize? And last, I think that I'm the representative of House Europe in the Netherlands. I think this question of that we should redesign our legislation is really something that, with all of our brain power, we can make happen. In this case, it was the European Civic Action to see if we can. It failed, but we're on to a next one. We need to reflect on how we teach our youngsters, so to repair pedagogical models. And again, I can't stress enough that in a risk-aversive time, we need to experiment, share imagination and speculative research, because, believe it or not, but the future is collaborative. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Saskia. It was very rich overview as well, echoing the topics that were presented during this whole conference. If there is a question from the audience, we may still hear one.
Otherwise, we just go out,
yes,
have a drink, and I'm here. You can ask me anything.
Okay. So
I think it was a long day, and I felt that there were so many rich presentations that...
Indeed. All right, but as your presentation was mentioning, we had like the whole conference on the materials, but we will follow with the exhibition soon on the energy. So to also restore your energy, I will invite everyone to leave the space. But before that, I still want to mention. To give a shout out to the people who were behind this conference. So huge applauses, and maybe even we can welcome on stage Eglė and Paulius, who were also curators of the conference. Yep. Also, I want to thank Gediminas Griškevičius and the whole technical team, volunteers, Matas, Rokas, and Radvilė, and also our partners, National Gallery of Art, who hosted us in this building, and also our whole consortium of circular design, partially funded by European Union, and also thanks for the Vilnius municipality for the support. And our friends Linksmanadas. So let's let's have a drink and then see you in a bit for the exhibition opening.